It's DK and Shade from TacoYaki Anime.
Yo!
And we are back. This is episode 68. And we're going to be talking about our initial thoughts on the fall anime for 2020.
This is a good season, I have to say. I feel this feels like we're getting back to where things life's resuming. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
Life's resuming where it was, and we're getting back to a better spot than we have been.
Yes.
So,
we have 12 shows that we're going to be talking about today. I hope that I blended the list together properly, because there's a bunch of overlap and a bunch of stuff that I couldn't get to, stuff that I mentioned in the last episode, but well. It's on the backlog. All right, first show we're gonna be talking about.
I got to as many as I think I could, so
yeah. The first show we're gonna be talking about is 100 Man no Ichi no Ue ni Owari. Wait, Tateru. Or what was the?
I stand on 100 or
yeah,
no,
stand on 100 lives or something like that.
Million
lives. Okay.
Yeah.
I have everything up.
I'm standing on 1,000,000 lives. That's what it is. Yeah. I'm standing on 1,000,000 lives. Do you watch this one?
I did, but I don't remember what it's about.
Okay, so.
Ooh, I do remember. So, the blue guy.
Uh-huh.
I don't remember if we had mentioned it before, but it's the dude with the cool voice.
I don't think we mentioned it before.
Yeah, I love his voice. I like him, but he's a CG blue man, so I'm like, nah.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in that aspect of it as well. I'm trying to remember what is his voice from? Because now that you say it, I'm like, yeah, and you know what? I do recognize his voice.
Yeah, so he's from Nin Shinobi, in that ninja one where he's like the blue, he's got that yellow round thing. And then he's from the there's one where I think he was a dog, and
I know there's a higher profile anime that he's from.
yeah, I can't remember these like obscure ones. Actually, if we go into it, does it show like the cast, and then we can just click and see?
I mean, it gives the names of the cast, but I don't remember what do they call them? I can't remember. God damn it. Now you got me thinking about that. Yeah, I blame you for that.
That can't be all that he's from. Okay, we gotta go to I gotta go to Anime News Network. Why is Keyboard Network?
Okay, hold on. Good lord.
Search for 100 lives.
Okay. Who is the game? No, we're good. Okay, well, anyways, while you're searching for that,
yes,
I'll continue on. So, for those of you who don't know, this is an isekai anime.
Yes.
It tells the story of Yusuke, who gets transported to this other world. He is transported along with Yu and Kusu, who have also both been transported to this world. Yu has been there since well before, and Kusu came in right after. He is the third one to get transported.
That's right.
Where?
I remember which show this
is. Okay. And Yu is a fire mage, Kusu is a warrior, and his very first job title that he gets is farmer. So this is like the pro player, because he is a gamer. They've made that abundantly clear from the very beginning. getting the worst profession, or at least one of the worst professions you could ever have. Because unfortunately, whatever profession you have dictates what weapons and equipment you can hold. The catch of this whole thing is that you can die and you will respawn. Problem being is that if all of your party members die, you die.
For real.
There's no coming back. So his whole thing is that he has some backstory to him. He had some friends previously. It seems like he may have moved away or lost touch, or just in the course of his life he became something of a loner. So his whole thing so far has been that he tends to go off on his own, and he doesn't, even though it looks like, because there has been some hints about future things to happen, even though it looks like he is going to be the leader of the group, right now he just kind of does his own thing. And it's just because he considers his teammates to be kind of useless, which, to their credit, or to his credit as far as that goes, I mean, right now they kind of are, but it's not for lack of trying on their part. And each one of them has specific character developments as well. Going through so far, Yu has become very much, she seemed like the higher tier, preppy, popular girl who's great at sports, great at academics, this, that, and the other thing. But you find out there is more to her story from her past, where she had kind of some abuse, it seemed like. And she kind of started to question her own life. And it wasn't until she really came full circle into that she realized, well, she tried to find meaning in it through her friends. And so being put into a situation where she doesn't know everyone, she's trying to be friendly towards everyone, but there's definitely some cracks in her armor that begin to come to show after a while. Kusu is, she has a disease, a hereditary disease, because her mom has it as well, that causes her to be very weak. Through school, she doesn't participate in PE. She just doesn't have the physical fortitude or stamina, and of course she's the warrior. And it kind of seems like, I guess, that kind of coalesces over into the, well, okay. In the game world, in the other world, she has her body, but it's improved. Like, she can do things, but because she spent so long not doing things, she's still weak, I guess, in that regards. So it's the disease that she has in the real world isn't in the game world, but it's because of the fact that her actual physical fortitude from the real world carries over to it. So because she hasn't been able to do so much, she is as weak as she is.
Okay.
So, like, she can't, her class is supposed to hold a two-handed longsword. She can't hold it. Like,
yeah, she could just throw it.
She tries to pick it up, and immediately she'll just drop it, essentially. Or she'll just throw it, Well, I think the only one she can throw is her actual sword, not even the longsword.
Oh, okay. So far I've
only
watched one episode.
Yeah, that's because she doesn't know what she has two swords. She has a short sword, regular sword, basically, and a long sword.
Okay.
So the long sword she can't even pick up. Like, the minute she puts it into existence, the tip of it falls flat to the ground, and she's just sitting there struggling with it. The long sword she can hold, but it's very much like she doesn't know what to do with it. She's never done anything like that before. She's never even played video games, so she has no idea. She spent her whole life, once she was able to, trying to learn more about medicine. If she had been made a healer, it'd have been perfect for her. Because she had been kind of studying about, her disease and how she could potentially cure that, and but of course she was made the warrior. And then even the main character, eventually, I guess, when you level up your character class to enough, you get another character class.
Okay.
So he leveled the farmer up by taking out the one piece from. So basically, he made a stick weapon, or a blunt instrument, where he could kill goblins with in order to level up, and he did. And the very next profession he gets is a freaking chef. So, bonus on that, though, is at least he got a bladed weapon. It's his butcher's knife, or chef's knife.
Okay.
So, and then the bonus to that also is the fact that because of it, he's able to look at enemies and kind of see, based upon the fact that he can see the meat inside of them, he can see their weak points, essentially. So he kind of has that going for him.
Wow.
But literally, he's killing things with kitchen utensils, essentially.
Making the best out of the worst possible situation.
It really is. It really is. So, later on, they're also joined by another female character, Yuka, and she ends up being... Because the other one's... Oh, no. So Yu is the wind mage. Yuka is a fire mage.
Ooh.
And, God, Yuka, growing up, fantasized about being a magical girl. So now that she's in the position she's in, she kind of takes it in that regards as well.
Oh, my God.
So that makes for an interesting dynamic, to say the least. But yeah. So looking at I wasn't sure whether they were going to have more characters, but looking at the list on any list, it seems like those are the characters. So our party has formed, from where I'm at least, and I think I'm only 4 or 5 episodes into it. So yeah, no, it's an interesting anime, I will say. They've alluded to the fact that because every time you clear a quest, you get to ask the game master one thing.
Yeah.
And both you and
each person get to ask?
No, one person gets to ask one thing.
Dang.
You get to ask one question. So EU asked a question from when she was first here and did her quest. Kusu also asked her question. Yusuku he asked his question, and it kind of alluded to the fact that it seems like the monsters from this world, or there's going to be some sort of invasion in our world for monsters, and the reasoning why they were put here to do something is because they're essentially training in order to potentially combat that when it comes about. But there's no specific timeline to say when that's going to come about. It's just, hey, you got a glimpse into the future of this is what's going to happen. Some giant monster came down on I don't know if it was Tokyo. I can't remember if it was Tokyo Tower or some other giant building or whatever. And then all you see is Yusuke and his party just kind of standing there to go and combat him. But then it cuts. So something happens. Something goes down. I'm sure they fight, but I think it was more or less I don't remember the exact question he asked, but I think it was more or less to the effect of, it almost seems like his future self did this to his past self in order to start the ball rolling in this regards.
Okay. Kind of like a Terminator thing.
Kind of. I don't know. There's some interesting things going on. So I'm definitely liking this one. I do hate the fact that freaking Game Master's CGI. I don't
Yeah.
see why they had to do that because everything else is not. But I am noticing there are certain aspects of certain animes that are using CGI for specific things, um, and I think that's just their way of being able to cut budget in regards to certain things, so they're not having to spend so much. Which I guess right now I'm okay with, just because I understand the way the world is right now. It can probably help in that regards, and they probably need to do that. I'm hoping this is not going to be a continuing trend in that regards, or that now all of a sudden CGI animes are just going to become more prevalent. Because no, I would rather not have that. But I guess we'll see how this pans out. But all in all, I'm definitely good with this. I've enjoyed the watch so far. Um, I like the fact that, yeah, it is important. They do show for the most part battles, but they're not like intense with this. This is more, I think, geared towards the character development and the progress with characters than anything else. The fantasy aspects are there, battling is there, don't get me wrong, but it's not like, if I had to weigh it in as far as like action versus character development, I'd say we're like 60 to 70% action, with the character development like really coming close right behind that kind of thing. So
So, in regards to that big blue man, the game master, it is not who I think it is.
ah,
He's doing something similar with his voice compared to somebody who I love. And that voice actor is named Norio Wakamoto. I went to anime.
Gotcha. Go ahead. Keep on.
Yeah. So I went to the wrong website. I meant to go to my anime list. And he has done so many different shows. Do you remember Azumanga?
Yeah.
He was the cat.
Let me make sure.
Yeah, if you end up going to my anime list, then look up Norio Wakamoto, then you'll see like his 800 shows that he's done voices on. But yeah, he is one of my favorite male voice actresses. I like the way that he emphasizes certain syllables and like drags certain syllables out, and like his deep, sultry voice is very soothing to hear.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah. God, I haven't thought about that in years.
Yeah. So, as far as episodes watched, you've watched 5, and I've only watched 1. It sounds like you like the story so far. For me, one thing that I do like about the story is like it takes place in both worlds, and I like how I haven't seen the part where they talk about like the hereditary diseases that one character, the warrior, has, and I don't know a background of some of the characters, but I do like the fact that if they have an ailment or a certain situation in the real world, it directly translates over to the fantasy world. Yeah. Because like there's one show that I've seen. I can't remember which show it is, but there is it may be Monaco Magica, but there is a character who is in a wheelchair, and when they go into the fantasy world, I believe that they can walk fine. No, actually, no, they have a floating wheelchair in the other world. But like, they're usually like, in some shows that I've seen, I believe that like if somebody, it's kind of like a power fantasy. They're like, oh, well, I had this ailment in the real world. Now that I'm here, I'm like perfectly fine, and like they get to kind of enjoy that. And then if they end up going back, then it's kind of like
a big letdown.
Yes, a letdown because they lose the power that they had before.
Log Horizon did that. The character, what was it? The samurai boy.
Uh-huh.
He was actually in a wheelchair,
Okay.
but in that world, he walked just fine.
Okay. Dang, I haven't watched Log Horizon in so long.
I think they're coming out with another season too.
Ooh.
I think what I've heard. So, which is sad because
Yeah.
I do enjoy the series. Don't get me wrong. I'm a really big fan of the series, but Crunchyroll recently lost the rights to season 1.
Oh, where did it go to?
No idea. No idea. But they lost the rights to season 1, so now the only thing they have is season 2 on their website.
Okay.
I thought about that, and the reason I knew about it, and someone mentioned the fact that they were gonna watch because they saw season 3 was gonna come out, so they were gonna binge watch season 1 and 2 to remind themselves what had happened on it. And
yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing.
they got disappointed because they went to go watch it, and the only season that's on Crunchyroll is season 2.
Okay, so I'm curious if it's like an Aniplex thing because Aniplex is one of the distributors where I can see like the show just disappear, and the only way you can get it is on their $300 DVD box set. And then eventually it'll move over to Funny, but I keep calling it Funimation, Funimation. And then you'll only be able to watch it either on Funimation Now or maybe Hulu.
So back in October, someone mentioned the fact the original license holder no longer has the rights to it, and it was just unfortunate timing. Does it still work on High Dive? All I get is an error saying I'm region locked. Still available on my region's anime streaming sites.
So High Dive, possibly.
High Dive, potentially.
Okay.
The season expired on Crunchyroll without any announcement, as happens from time to time. License rights don't last forever. Without an announcement, we'll never know why for certain. It seems to be on Amazon Prime.
Okay, yeah, that would make sense if it's a show produced by that where instead of Aniplex having it, like Sentai Filmworks has it, then it'll most likely go to either Amazon or Hulu or High Dive because that's where they put their shows. So if we end up getting like a Verve account, then I think High Dive is still on there.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite character so far? I barely know anything about him, so I just like the first thing because she's confident.
Well, see, that's the problem with me, is that I know, yeah, she is confident, but I know it's a facade. Like, she plays it being confident because she's scared.
Okay.
Like, right now, it's kind of hard to say which character I really enjoy, only because all of them have their own character flaws, and none of them are, like, outstanding in any sort of way. I mean, I do admire Yusuke's. He's put in a rough situation, and like you said, because he's given such crappy professions, like he's making the best out of a bad situation, and he's trying to make sure that they don't die, essentially. But see, I get his selfish nature. The fact that it's not so much the fact of quote unquote we don't die. It's quote unquote he doesn't die, because then if he doesn't die, it benefits them as well.
Yeah, because he's like, I'm pretty sure I can figure it out. I just gotta make sure I don't die.
Yeah, but it's like, well, yeah, it's good because then as long as you can complete it and you don't die, the rest of the party will go back to the real world at the end of the quest. But you're still not working as a team.
Yeah.
So it's like I get him, and I do admire him for that regards. But everyone right now, we're going into the character development phase. It's like I can't say there's a character I necessarily enjoy because all of them are showing their flaws right now.
Mm.
And we'll have to see here in the next couple of episodes how we start overcoming these flaws.
Okay.
Um,
So
Kusue is, I mean, she has obviously her own debilitating disease, and it's not necessarily a character flaw, but she did end up killing something. Surprisingly enough, she killed something, and she had a panic attack.
uh,
She like, to her, even though she killed a goblin, she felt like she skewered him with her sword, the short sword, and felt the impact and the blade going through, and it's like eating at her essentially. So, she has to overcome not only her weakness, but also she has to overcome not wanting to kill, per se. She has the very episode after that, she kind of did start to go with that. So I guess maybe, even though she was kind of lame in the beginning, Kusue is probably maybe my favorite character in that regards.
Okay.
Working my way through that. I won't spoil if you're gonna. Are you gonna watch more of it? Or are you gonna let this one go? Are you gonna let this one go to the back burner?
So the next question on this one is when you continue the show.
I will. I will continue. I will continue the show. I will say that I will continue the show.
Looking at the rest,
interested.
looking at the rest of the season, this is a back burner.
So I will say, because it was a part in it, is that she, while facing a bigger opponent, and like I said, she has, the problem with the fact that she can't hold that two-handed sword.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what she did is I think it was like a minotaur or some sort of bull creature, some big creature essentially, was charging in at her, and she was cycling through her weapons. Well, right before it gets to her, she selects the two-handed sword, and it starts to appear in her hands, but because it appeared right when the monster got to her. So before the point could actually become too much in the weight and this point dropped, the momentum of the monster carried him into the blade. I mean, so to me, that was good thinking. That was like, she took she knew she had a problem with holding that sword, but she knew she needed something with more impact for this. So she timed it to where right when it was going to reach her, the blade appeared and then it skewered itself essentially.
Okay. So this seems like a really smart fantasy show.
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, it's taking some kind of video game aspects and such like that, which I'm okay with. But,
Okay.
because the video game aspects of it kind of draw you out a little bit, I feel like. Like, it definitely makes you feel like you're like, well, it's like a game now, But, they kind of try to explain that away and let you know, well, it is, but at the same time, if they don't, if they all die, then they die. So,
yeah.
anyways. So yeah, no, I will definitely be continuing. I think this is going to be a pretty decent one. It's not like my A plus top of the tier anime for this season, but it's definitely up there, I would say.
Okay. Yeah, there's another fantasy show that's out this season, and if I were to watch one, this one would be higher on the list than the other one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Then I like watched it and then completely forgot what happened in it. But yeah. If I get some time, I'll take another crack at it. The next show we're going to be talking about is Assault Lily Bouquet.
This is all you on this one.
Yeah. Uh, when is this one again? I was at the same time. Um, so, because there's another show that I watched that's like almost identical to this one, and
This one, on Earth in the near future, humanity faced imminent destruction from a mysterious giant creature known as Huge. The entire
and they
world
have
unites against Huge and successfully develops a weaponry known as Charm by combining science and magic. Charm exhibits high rates of synchronization with teenage girls, go figure, and the girls who use Charm are viewed as heroes called lilies. Throughout the world, garden military academies are established to train lilies to face the Huge and to serve as bases to protect the guide people. This is a story about fighting girls who aim to become lilies at one such garden.
yeah. I'm skimming through the oh, okay. So one thing that I do like is the monsters are smart. They're like these big orb things that have they're like, you know, the wire that holds up like suspension bridges where it's like a bunch of cables like intertwined. Yeah, it has a bunch of cables that come like, it's what it seems like to me is this a mass of cables with armor plating around it, and then it can shoot out pieces of armor plating and use those as like blades, and it has like a bunch of different arms. That's one of the monsters that they fought in the first episode, and I thought that like them fighting those monsters was pretty cool. It's kind of the same type of show where the main character is like one of the most powerful characters. She has this latent ability, and she's going to start at this school. She meets one girl who's going to end up being like either her roommate or her best friend, and they're going to spend time, like spend the whole season together. And it's interesting. There's another show that's similar this season, and out of the two, I like the other one better, but I don't remember exactly everything that happened in this first episode because I watched them a week apart. And it was like, I did like the monsters that they're fighting.
Gotcha.
Because they seemed like mechanically smart, where it's like a machine, like a computer could be smarter than a human in certain situations. But yeah, so how many episodes did I watch? I watched one. Do I like the story so far? The story is kind of like run of the mill. I can't remember what exactly.
Stereotypical.
Yeah, I can't remember what exactly makes this one more like its own unique thing. I can't think of if there are any like standout characters. Because the main character always seems the more unique out of the bunch, because it's always like the crew that's been there and it's been established, and then how the new main character like comes in and kind of changes things. Will I continue this? Just like the last one. Yeah, I was like if I can get time, then yes. And but yeah, I like the other one better. But yeah, Assault Lily Bouquet. If you like girls fighting monsters and everything runs through an academy.
Just looking at any chart, the rating's gotten pretty low, and it's kind of towards the bottom of the list of the animes for this season. So, seems pretty run of the mill, general. We're not really adding anything as far as
Yeah, the synopsis seemed made the show seem like more than it is.
Yeah.
The weapons, they're like, it changes from its holtered shape to its fighting shape. Like it like
And
it's
that's
like
as
it's a
far as it
sword.
goes.
Yeah, it's like it's a sword. And it's like when the sword's out, it's deployed. And then we need to put it up, it like shrink, like it doesn't shrink to get smaller as you can holster, it just changes shape and then they just put it on their back. So it's like nothing special.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't seen all the weapons, and maybe if they need to power up, it'll change again. But like it's predictable. Like it's not
Well,
like
yeah,
the God Eater weapons.
You already know because you already said it. You guarantee you, yeah, there's going to be a power up. The weapon will change again. So either they're going to change again because they have to power up, or there's going to be some way of actually combining them to where the two join forces or something like that and become far greater than the sum of their whole, and then can take down some big bad dude.
Yeah.
I mean, things like that. It seems pretty run of the
mill. And like, and then all of that is like the place where I originally saw that concept was Power Rangers.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
like,
if you break it down to its bare bone minimum, I mean, yeah, I mean, we're talking like, Power Ranger or oh God, what was that older cartoon?
Kamen Rider? No.
No.
Voltron.
Voltron. Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, we're talking either Voltron or Power Rangers, depending upon, I guess, what generation you were born into.
Yeah. I would say the one show that like impressed me as far as like the weapons being something special is God Eater.
Mm-hmm.
Because the weapon ate the thing you killed and like absorbed the core and upgraded itself. So it's like that.
Well, see, that's a constantly changing, constantly shifting thing with them.
Yeah, and like for this one, it just seemed kind of run of the mill. But yeah. The next show we're going to be talking about is Dungeon.
Ah, the sequel we should have had.
Yeah. So I am caught up to last week.
I think I watched the current one, so that came out on Friday.
Yeah.
This is good. This is the
man.
season that we should have had following season 1. This is the continuation in which they were alluding to coming into season 1 going into the next season. You know what? If you wanted to have season 2 happen, I get that, but it almost seems like it should have been like an OVA or something.
Exactly. That's what
It should have been like an OVA. I mean, the two things you can take it apart from season 2 were the fact that now they're in a bigger house, and they have more people with them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. And and the only person that was not part of the original season 1 was the Fox girl. That's it. So
I completely forgot that she was like the focal point of season 2.
Yeah.
Because we're watching Rim and Ram. What's that show?
ReZero.
Yeah, because we were watching ReZero. Isn't one of the not Beatrice? What's her name? There's another like Fox maid lady, right? Because her brother is like inside the village thingy.
Oh, she appeared for like one episode, and I don't even remember if that was the case or not.
Yeah, so because I watched ReZero and then I watched this show, I'm like, oh, she's like that other girl from the other show. She's just a maid that has some backstory, and I completely forgot that she was the focal point of season 2 until she did something. Like she did something, and I was like, oh, that's the girl he rescued. Oh, okay. So,
yeah.
So, yeah, I am really liking this one. I One thing that I feel like is we're veering off again, because when we finished season 1, we were talking about the Greek guys like Zeus and
Well,
Hermes and all that kind
okay.
of stuff.
So, well, Hermes is there. Hermes is one of
Okay.
the gods that we've already talked about.
Okay.
Zeus we found was, and I guess spoilers for anybody, but Zeus we found was his
Grandfather or dad?
father, I think. He's the half son of Zeus, I think,
Yeah.
or something in regards. Anyways, um, no, the main focus was on him. Was on. Why am I blanking on his name right now? God, she says it so many fucking times. Why am I blanking on his fucking name right now? Bell. God, shit.
Yes. Why? It didn't match.
Anyways, the main focus at the end of season 1 was on Bell saying that there's something going on with the dungeon, and Bell is the hero that Zeus has the last hero is what Hermes said.
Yeah.
Hermes said Bell is the last hero, and that he is what is to come will be a testament for Bell. Bell will be the one to bring them into the new era with how things are changing in the dungeon.
Yeah. What about the lady in black?
Are you talking about the one who's also been kind of pulling strings and doing stuff?
Yeah.
Because that's Aphrodite.
And
Now,
she hasn't shown up in this one.
no, she has.
What did she do? I don't remember.
No, she has. Aphrodite has shown up to kind of say the same thing, that she's watching Bell and how he is progressing and the decisions that he is making on what is happening currently in the world.
Okay, so I do think I remember seeing her, like, she in the first season she was kind of pulling strings.
Yeah.
And in this season she's kind of just spectating.
She's kind of spectating, yeah.
Okay, that makes
sense. At least so far. We don't know. Yeah. I mean, this season she could end up being more going back to pulling strings for all I know. But and so far, the reason why I said this seems like a direct correlation is because they hinted about the fact that there is something changing inside the dungeon. Something is, because they made the point of the fact of saying that one big bad monster that they faced in the first season at the very end shouldn't have been there. It was a safe zone.
Yeah.
Something changed. Something was changing inside the dungeon. And now, here we are in the third season, and we have monsters with they have cognitive reasoning.
Yeah, they're starting to become sentient.
They have sentient. Yeah, I mean they're starting. They have sentient. They're those monsters that the ones that he met in that one area. They're all sentient. They all talk. They all feel. They all, Go ahead.
I'm wondering if we're gonna see the transformation from like not having sentience to becoming sentient.
I don't know. And
right
there's something more behind that too.
Yeah, because right now we're seeing either sentient or not sentient.
Because
and I'm wondering what if like in mid-fight, like something like happens?
Here's the other thing too, is that they've made hints that there's something more to this, because the one person talked about the fact that there are certain monsters who will understand human speech and are sentient and can actually talk, like Ween was able to do pretty much right off the bat. Obviously her speech was very broken in the beginning. It's gotten better as time goes on, but it was very quick. The process of her being able to speak, I mean, like, she understood speech right from the get-go, and then was able to begin speaking herself within a day or two.
Yeah.
And then he said there are those who can do that, and then there are those who understand speech but can never talk.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have that capability. And it seems to me, because the fact it seems almost like there was a resurrection that occurred inside the dungeon. And I want to say, like, we all know that there are people who die in the dungeon. There are adventurers who come in and they die.
Oh.
Is the monsters maybe some sort of resurrection involved in that? But I mean, they also made the reference to the fact that monsters themselves get resurrected inside the dungeon. So it could be the fact that they're monsters themselves after so many resurrections. It's like evolution.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, it's just going to happen.
Okay.
I don't know. Like I said, there's a lot going on, and I'm all about it. I want to know what's happening. I want to know more behind it. You know, they've already, and the fact too is that from the episode that, you know, they've already made a bad guy, because we know, like, good character development.
Dude.
Good character development is when you know the bad guy is, and you're like, okay, you get mad at him. You get mad at the bad guy for whatever reason they may have, for whatever it is that they're doing. You get mad at the bad guy. We've never seen this person from this familia until this season happened. The one dude with the spear, it's been the leader of this group of the poachers or hunters or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Never seen him before this. I hate his guts. I want him to die.
I need to
want him
know.
to
I need to
die.
know what he's doing, because every second or third scene that you see him, he's just like, stab, and something dies. And I'm like, aren't you capturing those to sell it to somebody? I'm like,
See, the episode I watched gives more details onto him.
okay.
So
I'm like,
I don't want to spoil that for you in that regards.
yeah.
But the episode I watched this last Friday explained more in detail about him.
I'm like,
And
up until then, it's not making any sense. He's like, no, we can't lose this one. Stab. And I'm like, well, what about that one though?
well,
Like,
I mean, some of them make more money than others. Let's just, at least part of that is regards.
Yeah.
But I will say that, yeah, it's one thing to have a character, especially when you're in the third season. Like, if you had a bad guy from the first season who's carried on to all 3 seasons, it's understandable that by the third season you really should hate this bad guy, and you really should be like, oh my god, just die already, kind of thing. But this is the very first time we've seen this guy, and I've already wanted him to die. And that goes to show how well they've set up everything before that.
Yeah, because you care about specific things a lot. And if anybody comes in and threatens a piece of that, you're like, no. No, you don't know how long how long it's taken us to get here. And now you're just gonna mess it up. Get out of here.
Well, and I will say the character of Wing has been very, like, after she was introduced, and we kind of spent a day in the life of her getting accustomed to being, out in the world and whatnot. Like, that whole scene where she ends up scratching Belle on the arm. Oh, that broke my heart. Because I thought, knee-jerk reaction. You get hurt, you feel some sort of way about it. It's a knee-jerk reaction for humans in general. You stub your toe, even though it's your fault, you stubbed your toe, you're going to start cursing and swearing about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have a major wound on that out of nowhere. I am very, very happy and proud of Belle for handling the situation the way he did.
Yeah.
He could have handled it so much worse than he did. And it would have almost been like, you'd think, well, yeah, I'd have handled it probably in that situation too. Because it's a knee-jerk reaction. You're in pain. You're not thinking about others' mentality or well-being. But he did. And God, if that didn't feel some sort of way about it from me in that regards. You know, she started crying. I felt bad. I'm like, oh God, oh God. She's just literally seeing here the fact that she wounded the person that she loves so much for helping and rescuing her, and she hurt him. I'm like, oh man, I feel bad about that. And you realize it was a complete accident. It was a complete accident.
I I like the way that like the whole thing played out because when when they were first out there and I saw her claws, I'm like, hey, maybe we should trim them claws. But when I think about it, you can't just bring somebody from the dungeon into the overworld and be like, okay, now we got to cut off your fingertips. You
Yeah.
can't. You have to get them comfortable with you and also to trust you and for them to like. When they trimmed her fingernails after the injury, she understands it because of
What
what
happened?
happened.
Yeah.
And so part of me in the back of my head, I'm like, we really need to change those fingernails. But then the whole situation of them having lunch and all that, and she tasting new food and like speaking better and all that kind of stuff, I'm like, this is fun. And then she started hugging on him, and I'm like, she's so cute. And then she's just like, slice. And I'm like, ah! I told y'all, I told y'all. And then
Yeah.
he's like, it's fine. And he like grabs her and he's just smiling. And I'm like, Belle,
Yeah.
Belle, you're such a good man.
Yep. And you know, it's everything. This is definitely so. In the second season, there felt like there was so much that just didn't need to be there. Like we had so much just filler parts or so much parts that didn't necessarily make sense. This this every part is an important part. You know, the fact that he met those monsters, the sentient monsters, and had a conversation with them, ate with them, talked with them, and then at the very end, the lizard guy took him aside and said, "Look, if you meet monsters out there, not like us, don't hesitate. We kill them too." And he still had that moment when he came back into the dungeon and he had a monster he was facing and he hesitated to kill because he felt some sort of way about that. But see, knowing Belle, and again, this is season 3 that we're on now, but knowing Belle after all these seasons and all these episodes we've watched him for, we all knew. We all knew when it first got brought up. But the fact that the lizard guy took him aside, and because he kind of knew too, and was like, "Look, don't hesitate. If it comes between you and a monster, especially one that's not talking to you, you need to take him down. Don't hesitate." But he still hesitated. And we all knew it was going to happen. We've known Bell long enough. We're like, oh, he's going to freaking hesitate. And yeah, sure enough, he did. Eventually, he took it down. But he kind of had to fight with himself a little bit in order to come to that realization of himself.
And I do like the fact that he knew that he had to figure it out for himself instead of waiting until the next time everybody goes into the dungeon.
Yeah.
Because he's like, if I have a problem with this could be an issue and it might hurt my party. So let me go off and figure this out for myself.
Yeah, let me work my way through this and come to my own conclusion and be able to come where I need to be at. So, but again, that's where I said no part of this was wasted so far that I've seen.
I like
Every
how
part of it has a reasoning.
I like how consistent like everybody's kind of treatment of monsters is, whether they're main characters or just random villagers. Because like two scenes come to my mind where one is when Bell found the girl and like introduced her to his party. Everybody pulled out their weapons and they're like, Bell, what are you doing? And they're just like, and like, Bell, you are my dude, but you're crossing a line here. And like everybody like turned for a second.
Yeah. And it literally took Bell standing in front of them and going, no, I will not let you hurt her.
Yeah.
And if that isn't one of those situations, like, you know what I see from this, now that you said that too, you know what I see from this? That one line from Captain America, where he says, basically, even if the world stands against you, you need to plant your feet for what you know is right and tell the world, no, you move. And this is kind of that situation. The whole world is against him in regards to what he's trying to do. Now, the people in his party kind of, at least to a certain extent, are with him in that regards. But the rest of the world, they're against it when it comes to these.
And it's kind of like you have to be against it because one, you have no reason to not be against it, and two, if you're against it, you may die.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, the other part that like kind of hammers in the consistency of like everybody that you know is against monsters, period, unless they know more information, is when they were having that conversation about, I think, weren't people starting to find out that that Ren might be at their, like they're starting to get closer to where Bell and them live, so I think
I know what you're talking about. No, this was where Lily was saying to Hestia that they can't keep her anymore, and it was going to become an issue should they keep her any longer, and saying that Ween would end up like coming, it would harm Bell or this, that, and the other thing. And Ween overheard this and decided to run away.
Yeah.
To get out of the protection of Hestia and them. And that's when people, or no, she saved a girl.
That's the exact part where she saved the girl from that like that wagon that like all the supplies like one of the ropes broke and all the supplies was about to crush that one girl. Yeah. And she ended up saving the girl and like her wings sprouted out.
Yeah.
And then I don't think anybody saw the girl being saved. No. All they saw was like a big collapse and then a monster next to the girl. And they immediately started like, get away from her and all that kind of stuff. So
oh god, that part just, I'm like, oh god damn it. Like that whole thing leading up to it, the fact that when the conversation that got overheard, I'm like, no, don't do this. And then her running across and seeing that girl in that whole situation, I'm like, oh god. Because she was doing a fairly decent job of hiding herself and being inconspicuous, but I knew the minute that something like that happened, I'm like, here we go. Here's the reveal. Here's where she's going to become noticed and everything. And I'm just like, oh, come on.
Okay, and then what's the little girl's name? Lily? Is that her? Okay. Did she transforms and disguises herself, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So she was the one that was going from like bar to bar asking questions, looking like a elf. Okay. Because I forgot that she could do that if she did that the first season. And
she did. Well, see, that's the thing. She did it the second season.
Oh, okay.
She did that the second season. Okay. And they even make reference to that in that she did that at some point. So yeah, no, I guess there are little bits and pieces, I guess, in the second season, but I still feel pretty confident in saying that second season should have just been a freaking OVA.
Yeah. So when I guess Lily kind of felt. Well, it's like one, Lily felt kind of guilty that uh that Rin overheard the conversation,
Yeah.
but then also she was protecting Belle because Belle is widely known and nobody wants Belle to be seen taking care of a monster
Yeah.
because it would cause a lot of trouble. So for Lily to like jump out in front of Belle in a disguise that nobody really knows and to save Rin, I was like, that was
Well, she definitely, and I think because of that is the fact like coming from the get go, she was against this whole thing from the
yeah,
very get go, and even when Ween was inside the house and everything, and they had their day and everything, she still was against it. And I think up until the moment when she voiced her opinion to Hestia about how things were going and the fact that it was going to cause trouble and it needed to be dealt with, she still was against it. Up until that point. Then I think after Ween left, and she may have seen the whole thing come to coalesce where Ween ended up saving that girl.
yeah,
She may have been one of the few to actually see that. So that being the case, because I mean she was there rather quickly right after that, so she may have been like right in that neighborhood right when it happened. So that
yeah,
being the case, she may have seen that, and I think her opinion of Ween at least, maybe not necessarily monsters that are talking, but at least Ween at least changed. So it's like it's character growth.
yeah.
It's character growth, and I think this is definitely one of those where other animes and other forms of media need to pay attention because this is how you do character growth. You have a conflict, you have things going wrong, but you have characters who are making decisions based upon evidence that they're given, not just because they all of a sudden have a change of heart or anything like that. No, they're given evidence, they're given things to show that this is the way it is or this is the right way. And that then end up turning them into what it is. It allows them to progress and grow as a character. So,
Yeah. Yeah. So this, out of the 5 going on 6 years that we have done this show, this following a mediocre, should have been an OVA season, this show comes back and it's one of those shows where probably at the end we could deep dive into every single character and like explain how when shows do characters well, like this show has examples of like tons of characters that are done very well, like perfect character development, like just inspiring journeys of how characters get through certain situations and
and
just
and it's a case of like you want to see more.
oh yeah,
Like even with what they've done, or even they could go off on Ryu and have like a whole arc with her or something, and I wouldn't mind. Because like I want to know about what happened in her past. I want to know this whole thing about her previous familia that she was with that ended up getting wiped out, and then she went on like a murder spree, killing all those responsible. Like, holy cow! Like they only kind of glossed over that detail, and they did it in such a way that it made sense because it was her just telling the story by itself. So of course she's not going to go into like details about it, but shoot, I want to see details about it. I want to
yeah,
see like what was involved or why or what was the reasoning behind it, why her family got wiped out or what ended up happening with that. Like they're alluding to so much, and some of it they give you, some of it they just tease you with.
mm-hmm.
And I'm like, it's good storytelling because it's wanting you to watch more. It's wanting you to look at it and be like, I need to know, how did this come about? How did this happen? Who's responsible? Why, is there, is she worried about her life after that, or she thought her life was done after that? Was there going to be somebody who's going to come after her because the fact that she went on a killing spree, killing the adventurers of another familia, even though her own familia was wiped out? It's just, we've gotten some things on Lily, and I appreciate that. We've gotten a little bit on Welf. I almost want to see more about Welf too, because of the way he is. You know, there's also questions unanswered with him that I'm like, shoot. And then, you know, even though this whole series is called "Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon?" and it started with Belle having kind of dreamed over Eyes Wallenstein,
Yeah.
this so far this third season really hasn't like done much with that. You know, we kind of did a little bit with it. Okay, so we did more of it within season one. We did a little bit with it with season two, but it's like we really haven't touched on that in season three so far. You
Yeah.
know, but like so, like there's so much more that can be done, and I'm like, shoot. And there's only 12 episodes in this season.
Yeah. Like that. The only time I remember seeing Eyes is when he like talked with her for a bit, and then they just kind of. Did she
Yeah.
go somewhere with him, or
No, she parted ways.
I think he like asked her a question, and then she was like,
Well, yeah, that was when he was having trouble with deciding whether or not it was right to kill monsters again.
"Yeah," and then
He
she
asked her
gave
in
like,
regards to that.
"Yeah," and then she gave an answer, and then she kind of like looked at him like,
Well, because
she,
she knew something was up.
"Yeah,
I mean, I think she's not dumb in that regards. She may be soft spoken and doesn't. She's one of those who listens more than speaks.
yes,
She observes and kind of is choosy about her interactions, I guess, and such.
yeah,"
So
and she doesn't like emote much.
no,
So
no, she
like,
doesn't.
so like,
It's there. I feel like
yeah,
it's there.
yeah, it's all in the eyes because
It's
she'll
in the
like,
eyes, and she, her actions are what speaks more than her actual like facial expressions and emotions and stuff like that.
yeah,
You know, because like when you talk about it, the fact that like when Bell was leveling himself up in like the first season, and it was like after that Minotaur fight that they had,
mm-hmm.
and it cut back to Eyes and them and her familia going and going through the levels of the dungeon, and everyone else was fighting, and you see their leader up on the ridge with Eyes and everything discussing the fact that, you know, one of them was like, wow, everyone seems to like amped up, and they're like, well, they saw a fight with somebody, and I think it kind of inspired them, and next thing you know, Eyes just kind of perked up and was like, I gotta go, and you're like, Eyes, somebody may be a little jealous about something in regards to that. I mean, but it's like, again, it's her actions. She didn't like. She only had a brief moment of like, aha, and then it was like she means like I gotta go, and she immediately dove into the battle, and you're like, yeah, I see I see what's going on here, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's those situations like that. So, but again, even that's her character. Her character is not having a whole lot of character, but being the love interest and a strong warrior type
Yeah,
for Belle.
yeah,
And it works well because it's both his love interest and somebody who he aspires to be because of how strong she is.
mm,
So they play well off each other. So again, so much of this, I'm like you said, we could, you know, once the series is done, we could deep dive into this and go so much into each character and into each story thread that they put into it.
yeah. Because once this arc is over, I'm like, we are not gonna even touch any of the questions that we have about a lot of these characters.
Nope.
So yeah, yeah, I kind of want to do that because I think
I,
we did that the last time.
a little bit. It was more,
I think for the first season.
but I think we kind of did, but I think it was more just gushing over
The world.
the world and what it transpired throughout. It was definitely, it was a deep dive, but more into just like the overall story arc that kind of progressed as we saw it.
Okay.
But now that we've gone into season three, I mean, we have definitely seen changes in characters
Mm-hmm.
as they've gone through, and I think even more so than from season one. So
Okay. Good, good, good. Well, yeah, Dungeon. Everybody should watch it. It is one of the best shows out there.
Agreed.
All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Hanyo no Yashahime. The Boruto of Inuyasha.
Yeah, how'd that go for you? Was it about what you expected?
Man, it brought me back so much. So, Inuyasha is one of the very first, like, I'm going to call it, like, real anime that I watched. It is a show that I watched on Toonami, or was it Toonami or was it like the later in the? It was the Midnight Run, I think. Because I think I remember watching Inuyasha like in the evenings, and this show is probably Inuyasha is probably the show that got me into Japanese music. It was an engrossing story, and like the outro kind of had a certain mood that like matched the show. So normally instead of the show playing out and then all of a sudden it's like, well, that's over. End of the episode. And I'm like, it just completely throws you off. But this one, like, it sucked me in. It was like a really, really nice song. I think it was by Dream. It had like a Ferris wheel and a red rose, and like, I don't know, like Inuyasha as a show is like very big in my anime history. So when I go,
I mean, it's one of the if you were to, it's one of the OG greats, I think. If you were to ever discuss anime with somebody who's been watching it for, years and years, I mean, they would probably it ranks right up there with like shows like oh god, I had him in my mind and I just blinked on him. What the hell?
Tenchi, Sailor Moon.
Yeah, Tenchi, Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball. I mean, those were all the big names at the time. But this would be like the equivalent to, I mean, I guess in a really sense, is Naruto, because it's more like everyone knows of it.
Yeah.
So, if you were ever to discuss anime and see someone who barely even watch anime would know of this anime, just because it's the name that just got passed around so much when it came to anime, just like Dragon Ball and Sailor Moon and all the rest of them. So,
yeah. So, watching this show, it took me back. So basically, this is I've only seen the first episode, and the weirdest thing about it is that the first episode doesn't even take place with the new characters that much.
Was it just a rehash?
It was kind of like, here's a new situation that we're in. One of the silver hair girl got captured and brought before like a emperor, like one of the leaders, and like his not assistant, like the guy that's like it's second in command that like relays information to the emperor. I'm just saying all the wrong terms. So just so basically the second in command that relays all the information to the emperor. He brought in the silver-haired one. Okay. I don't know their names yet. And
You're talking about the silver-haired one that's on the...
Yeah.
Toa? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he brought in Toa, and she she doesn't know that they know information about the world. So she got captured, and then they brought out they brought out this rusty bike seat, and they're basically like, "Do you know anything about this?" And me, I'm like, "Hey, is that Kagome's bike seat?" And she basically gives some vague information because she knows what that seat is, but she doesn't know that they also know about it. So she just says something, and then attendant, is it his attendant? Like he basically goes into like a flashback or like a history lesson, and it's basically an episode of Naruto with like there's this this one monster that is a ball of hair, and it gets and it's mixed with roots or something like that, and it basically decapitates people and takes their skull to to gain power. And it just happened to come across this battlefield, so it ended up just grabbing all these skulls from all these people who died in that battle, and so it spreads across the land and starts springing up whenever it finds somebody who's vulnerable who it can attack. Inuyasha and the gang, they get wind of it, and like they start basically attacking it in spots that it's causing trouble. And eventually Inuyasha and Kagome find like the piece of it that leads to the root. And once they start attacking that, then the whole gang shows up, and then they end up defeating the root. And then it goes back, like after that story over, it goes back to Toa being interrogated by those two guys, and then her two friends, or are they like they may be cousins or something? I don't know if they're all related, all three girls, but the two twins come, bust in the house, rescue the other girl, and then they all flee. But yeah, that's like the format of the first episode. One thing that I really, really, really like is the styles of monsters haven't changed, because in the first episode there was this lady that controlled hair. I think she like came from a cursed comb or something like that, like a comb that was used to comb the hair of the dead or something like that. And the basically the root of that monster was this gigantic ball of hair, and it had skulls and stuff hanging from it. And this new monster looked just like that monster, like and like art style and everything. So it's like it made me very, very happy. So what's gonna happen with this show for me is that it's gonna fall to the wayside, because I don't want to watch any more of this without finishing Inuyasha. Inuyasha is 167 episodes.
I was about to look that up too, and I was like, how many episodes is that? Oh, good lord, dude.
I've seen 90 of them many, many, many years ago. So
yeah,
I have to start over.
I was about to say.
Yeah. So there's Inuyasha, the 167. Then there's Inuyasha Final Act, which is another 26, I think. And then there's Yashahime, which is this one. And one thing that I hope that's different is, unlike Boruto, I hope that I don't feel like I'm babysitting. With Boruto, all of my favorite characters, I've talked about this many, many times before, but Hinata, Naruto's now wife, spoilers if nobody knows that already, she was my favorite character. And now she's a mom, and she tells her kids to like do their homework and make sure they finish eating dinner. And I don't see her fight. She may fight later on in the series, but at the very beginning of Boruto, she's just washing dishes and talking to the kids. And I'm like, you've changed. And of course, yes, she's changed. She's a mother now. She's grown up. But for me, watching the show, like a lot of all the characters that I loved from back in the day, from what I've seen at the beginning of the series, they're not doing that anymore. And I feel like I'm still the same, and they're not the same anymore. So I lost interest in watching Boruto.
See, I can't fault you for that. Because that's the same reason I stopped watching Naruto. Kind of.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you have a character who had been built up for this entire, whatever, however many episodes, was the big bad main villain, and everyone was like, "Oh my God, we can't kill him," and he killed multiple important people, and then gets easily dispatched by Sasuke at one point, and you're just like,
Ah, yeah.
"What the hell just happened?" Like, that just killed it for me. And everyone's like, "But he comes back." And I'm like, I don't care. Now I'm going to look at him and like, you're a little bitch. I can't take you seriously anymore. You got killed so easily by somebody who you look down upon and think beneath you. And yet you're a little bitch. Go away.
Yeah.
So, no, I completely agree. To me, I'm like, yeah, you changed. I don't know what the fuck happened, but you changed.
So yeah, I hope that this show like is its own entity in the same world.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I don't know. They seem older than like the Boruto kids. So I hope that it's different. Even though it is weird because like the only thing that I've seen from this new series is basically an episode of the old series. So I'm like, yeah, get him real good. He's like, oh, I wish I had the wind tunnel. And I'm like, what happened to the wind tunnel? That was like the whole thing. It was gonna swallow you whole, and now it's gone. What? I need to watch the first series so I can figure out what happened to the wind tunnel. So, yeah. Oh, and then like his brother says Shomaru shows up.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't do much. He's just kind of like, I'm here. And then he like floats off. And that dude's like, wait for me. And I'm like, oh yeah, he's always like running off and he's chasing him. So I'm like, it just brought me back. I don't if you like Inuyasha, watch the first episode. I don't know the rest of it, but yeah, I love this world. I love the old characters. I have high hopes for this new one, but I don't feel like I've seen anything from this story yet because it was kind of like a welcome back kind of episode.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, my Inuyasha's world. The next episode we're gonna be talking. Next show we're gonna be talking about is Higurashi.
Yeah.
So how much of this have you seen?
I've so far I've held off on watching this one. So far,
Okay.
I feel like this is one that I want to dive into more.
When there's more of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is definitely one that I know is gonna be cliffhangery. I know is gonna be cliffhangery, and I'm gonna hate myself. Like, I watched
because you know what part you want to stop at. You're like, okay,
I've watched most of the other. Yeah, I've watched most of the other seasons. I know what we're in for. I know how this is gonna play out, for the most part. I just been like, you know what? I'll hold off on that one. I'll take my time and we'll see where this is gonna go, kind of thing.
So how do I want to approach this? Because I'm not sure how much of the original from 2006 you remember.
It's
and it's like
I know the setup, and I know bits and pieces of how things progressed. Like, okay, the beginning I'm more familiar with, and then everything else after that just becomes, I guess the best way to say it is, one big bloody mess.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely one that I knew. Okay, so I knew I wanted to have more of the episodes in front of me before I started to dive into. And I thought that maybe going back and looking at some of this might be a better refresher than trying to dive into the new one right off the bat, too.
Yeah, so I'm all over the place on this show. So I watched the first episode of the new one, and then I was like, yeah. Yeah, this is a remake. It's gonna be a wild ride.
Oh, yeah, no. It is going to be a wild ride.
I'm like, it's gonna take me back to some terrible memories, and then it'll be over. But I don't know. It's like,
See, I think so, because the way they set it up, if you come into it fresh, having no previous experience with the previous season, coming into this fresh, it would just be mind blown. You have to watch the next episode and see what the hell happens, because it takes you so off guard. You know, it's like School Life.
yeah,
I'm not gonna spoil anything for those who haven't watched that, because you need to watch that. Anyone else out there, just watch the first episode and let me know what you think. But it's after having watched that first episode that you become hooked. You won't think you're gonna become hooked. You don't know you're gonna become hooked. But it's after watching that first episode that you're just like, I've got to find out what the hell's going on or what happened. It's the same with this. But once that realization passes, and once the understanding of it starts to coalesce, going back into this now from the previous having known that, you're not as nearly as like riveted and, oh, I got to see what happens next kind of thing.
yeah,
You know, the shiny wrapping on the outside has been taken off for you. The surprise is no longer there, and you're more like, well, I know what we're in for. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's not going to have the same draw for you as it would for somebody who's going into this blind.
yeah. There will be, if you watch the original back, I guess when it aired or shortly after it aired, and then you haven't touched it again because why? It's like, why would I put myself through that again? Until now, it is you're like, oh, okay, this happened before that happened after this, and then I forgot about A, B, C, and D.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe seeing those parts, you're like, oh, that answers questions that you had back in the day.
Yeah.
Because you didn't know you needed to know that part, or you didn't see it the last time.
Yep.
So rewatching it, it's really cool because you find new little nuggets or come across nuggets that were cool back in the day.
Yeah.
My issue with this, and I don't know how to approach this show anymore, is it's like a 1 to 0.95 remake, where the same exact stuff happens in the first episode across both series. And they may be doing a brotherhood with it, where they cut out filler and they make what's supposed to be there a bit more detailed. I don't like new Rika.
Okay.
And I don't know if I like the execution of this newer one. So I'm trying to figure out like how to put it to where it doesn't like have you looking for what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And I don't know, kind of like ruins your enjoyment of the show. So
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, this was definitely one that I said to myself, and I said from the very beginning, I'm definitely of the mind and of the, because I know how a lot of this plays out, and maybe not like specific details in a lot of ways, but I know how a lot of it plays out, and I know the shock value in regards to that. What's funny to me is that there was that whole incident with Goblin Slayer where things went after the first episode, people went absolutely batshit crazy because of certain details that happened in that one.
yeah.
And now I look at this one and I know the batshit crazy shit that happens in this.
You're like, how's
And
Twitter gonna take this?
we're already at episode 7, and what makes me kind of laugh is I haven't heard an outcry about this at all. And I'm like, if you guys got upset about what happened in the first episode of Goblin Slayer, and you're not getting upset about the shit that happens in here, and I know, oh my, how bad and graphical this one really is. I'm like, where does that? This really makes this more of like almost like a social experiment where it's like, how are we defining what's bad and what's not anymore? Because, oh my, this is just to me so much worse than anything that could have happened in Goblin Slayer. But here we are, and people are just accepting it, and I'm just like, I don't know. Maybe there's not as much popularity. Maybe there's something else. Is there's another factor I'm not looking into here. But it just I expected so much more when this came out because of how long of a gap the original came out for this versus where we're at now. And I'm thinking how many generations grew up not having watched the original and to now be able to see it, even if it's a remake. I mean, now they're able to see it. And I'm like, this is messed up. Where are
Yeah,
we? How are we accepting of this kind of thing?
I'm curious if it was a new IP, like what would it just completely fall in between the cracks, or would people be like? Because I don't know. It's like the very opening scene will shock you,
Mm-hmm.
and then the rest of the episode plays out, and you're like, what?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't know what a 2020 audience or like how it'll take it. One thing is, it's like I'm torn. So I don't like the execution of the new one compared to the old one, but the animation of the new one blows away the old one.
Mm-hmm.
And then the fact that there are parts in the old one that I could consider filler that are stripped from the new one.
Mm-hmm.
But character development is not in the new one. So one thing that
Or at least so far. I mean, you've only watched the first episode, right?
well, okay, so I feel like the new one is missing so many different things. I don't know who's directing it, but I feel like it's either not the same person or it's kind of like a Star Wars prequels kind of thing where it is the same person, but they've like evolved in their career and they're like, nah, I don't want to do it like I did it back in 2006. I want to do it this way, and I hate the new way.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, the new one I feel like I got thrown in to a bunch of stuff happening. And because I don't remember the old one, I'm like, oh yeah, the school was set up this way. Oh yeah, this person isn't here. Oh yeah, this is that. If you didn't know that, I'm like, one, I'm paying attention to stuff that's not there because I know what's coming.
Mm-hmm.
But for somebody going in like fresh, like one thing that there was a show, I think we had mentioned movies, like the Transformer movies. Over time, I feel like the Transformer movies became mean spirited, like joking and picking on each other can be cool for if you execute it in a certain way, or it could just be a show full of jerks. Like I feel like this show, they're not executing it properly, and like the little blonde haired girl, she's a jerk in my opinion. But in the original, I feel like two of the characters are just fighting each other all the time because that's what they do. That's what they're playing back and forth, and I feel like a lot of that's missing. So what I would do
is that because now here's an interesting question about that. Is that because that's the way you're perceiving it now, or is it because of the time lapse in between when the original came out that you watched and this one, you've changed in your opinion of something?
So what I did is I watched the first episode of the new one, and then I went and grabbed my Blu-ray and popped in the first episode of the old one, and then my thing was all acting. It was there was so much to do that I was like, is it available for streaming? So then I found it on High Dive. So if possible, I would like for you to watch the first episode of the new one, and then watch the first episode of the old one, and then continue with just the new one. Or when you get to that point, like we can have like an offline conversation so I can like figure out how we want to like do this show, because I feel like the execution is completely different. Like one thing that I miss from the old one, like I just watched it like earlier today, and I'm like, why didn't they do that in the new one? Is Keiji, the main guy, he narrates the beginning. He's like, I moved to this town. This is how the school's set up. I help my two friends so and so and so and so because the teacher can't help everybody. These two characters are so and so. They live in a certain place. And then every time the girls pick on him, he like has a reaction. Like it all seems like everybody's friends, and the reason why I know that is because he explained that they're all friends and they all like have crazy banter. There's also a card game that they play in the first episode that also shows like how close they are, and it's not in the second. It's not in the new one. So I'm like, one thing I want to know is, are they gonna do a Brotherhood where they strip out all the filter and flesh out the rest of the story, or are they cutting out the filler because that never happened, and this first season is not even going to be the same as the old one because they're going to like go like 3 episodes in and veer off like Brotherhood did. So I have no idea how to approach this one, because the way I feel about the first episode, I don't know if I'm just going to be sitting there and hating the whole series, be like,
man, it wasn't like it used to be, man.
Yeah.
It used to be great.
Sato's mean now. Like, also, do you remember that whenever something was happening, people's changed? I didn't either the way they executed it, I didn't notice it, or it doesn't happen. I can't remember, but like,
no, I saw little bits and pieces. Just even watching that preview, just real quick, I saw where that happened.
Okay. Then there's like in the first episode where they deny, like he asks a question and they deny it. I don't like the way the new one did it compared to the old one. Like I really would like, because it's available on streaming. and if we can get you to like just to do those two on the high dive, I'm kind of curious on your opinion because
Well,
I don't know how I feel about it. I love the original, and I really want to like the new one. Like the food, like they had a picnic in the first episode. The food looks so good in the new one. I was like, oh my god! And then I watched the old one, and I'm like, I kind of want the food from the new one. I was like, and like even like they like fought over hamburgers, and the way that they executed was like completely different. And I'm like, I don't know. I kind of wish I didn't watch the old one.
Well, I will say, give me on high dive, and I'll go for it. I'll see what I can. I'll take a look at it.
Okay. But
we'll go from there. I do think it's funny that I mentioned School Live as a kind of a similarity in certain ways to this one. And going on to any chart, they're under their recommendations is School Live.
Yup.
Like, go figure.
So yeah, I don't know if I'm like.
Well,
like
I'll say then we'll leave it at this. I'll go ahead and give me on to high dive, and I'll take a look at it on the first episode, and I'll compare the two, and who knows, maybe I'll watch both and just kind of go back and forth and just kind of see.
That would be interesting. If
one
we,
episode on this, and then one episode on this, and then one episode on this, and one episode on this, and see how well they coalesce, or if there's like some pretty significant changes involved.
Yeah, that's interesting. And it's like there's 3 seasons, well, 2, and like I think the third one's short.
Yeah.
But
well, I'll stick to at least the one that they have for right now. Is what they're redoing.
Yeah. I'm just kind of expanding on like the whole story because I'm like, what if the reason why they're cutting out the fillers because they condensed seasons 1 and 2 into one thing?
We'll see. If it seems like they go off track and they're trying to add in more to it, I'll continue on with maybe like season 2 and just to see if elements of season 2 are being made into the first season of the new one. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see.
Yeah. Well, I'll watch them in parallel too, and I'll write down notes because
I'll have my task set in front of me. Then I'll see what we can do about that. So, give me hooked up to it, and we'll go from there.
All right. The next show we'll be talking about. Yeah, this was kind of left out of cliffhanger. Like,
this is a to be returned to.
Yeah, because one thing I did also want to say about this one is I recommended this show, like, to someone, and I was like, this is a good show, and I'm like, I regret that recommendation because I want to recommend the old one.
We'll see.
Yeah, so it's like, but then the old one, the animation might be too dated for him, so I'm like, oh, I don't know where to go. But yeah, I'm so all over the place on this show, but we'll be back. The next show we'll be talking about is Ikebukuro Westgate Park. So,
wait, I thought this was one you haven't watched yet list.
Oh, I didn't put in a new one. Sorry, I watched like 5 more, and I didn't update the list.
I was like, wait, I thought this was on your not watched list.
Yeah, so the show has been delayed by 2 weeks, and like after the first week, I see. When we were supposed to, no. Yeah, when the show was supposed to happen, I wasn't ready. And then we delayed it a week, and I got halfway ready. And then now that we're recording, I've watched more. So, yeah,
gotcha.
So, I did get to this one, and I thought it was going to be like the old show. But the only thing that's like the old show is like like the live action drama that I watched like 10 years ago. It's weird that like shows from like 10 years ago are just all of a sudden getting remade into anime and stuff like that. But the character names are the same and just about everything else is different. So the guy Makoto, one of the main characters, he is the guy who I keep bringing up has like the Kewpie mayonnaise that he always keeps in his pants, and he all puts that on everything that he eats.
Yeah.
He hasn't done that yet, or he doesn't do that. I kind of wish that he did.
So
But
basically, everything that you were looking forward to in regards to this anime, they've just ditched.
I think so. I barely remember like what happens in that old show. I do know that there's a game called G Boys. It's kind of like dollars from Durarara,
Yeah.
and uh, the whole show is about like I guess vigilante justice, where it's like there's certain situations that are happening in the city that the cops can't deal with because the people because you have to fight fire with fire, and the cops are held to such a high standard that they can't fight with fire.
Mm-hmm.
But the main characters in the shows are not held to that standard, so they can fight fire with fire to help the police solve situations.
You know, it's funny. Here again, I was just looking at the trailer for it, just kind of as you were talking, just kind of get some idea on the recommendations for this anime. The very first recommendation on the anime list for this thing. Do-ra-ra-ra-ra.
Yep.
Uh,
It does. It feels like we're in some kind of world where stuff like that is happening.
oh, and then also Gangsta's there too. I think you remember watching that one too.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you mixed Durarara and Gangsta, you would come up with something close to this. But yeah, it's interesting. Like I really like the characters. Um, there's there's it's one of those realistic shows where it's like the characters may not look super realistic. They look more like everybody's from a boy band or a girl group, but everything else seems like real, like believable. Like all of this stuff could happen in real life, and yeah, I really really like it. Like there's this one first episode, you end up coming across this a situation where something happened to this girl's mom, and she tries to take things into her own hands by burning down a building. Because like
reasonable response.
yeah, because like it's basically it's like a lot of like shady activity, like selling drugs and like gang activity and stuff like that. And basically, the people who work in this building did something that caused an accident that caused her mom to go to the hospital. And in retaliation, because she can't fight against them, she wanted to burn the whole building down because she knew that the building had drugs in it. And when Makoto takes her, because the people in that building don't know him, he basically wants to go in and like do reconnaissance and like find out information so they can solve the problem. And when he takes her into the building, she sees that there's other people in the building other than the drug dealers, and she was like, he's like, and if you would have burnt this building down, you would have killed all these other people. And he's like, kind of teaching her a lesson. And that reminds me of like the drama, because even though you're dealing with like illegal things like drugs and dealing with the cops and fights and on gangs and all that kind of stuff, every episode also had a lesson in it. So for them to kind of put that in there too, I was like, it just feels like the old show. So even though completely different things are happening.
Gotcha.
So I really, really do like this show.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So we are halfway through. Did you want to take a break?
Yes, let's take a quick break.
Yeah. So this is a new thing that we're doing in this show because I feel like we should have done this years ago. But so yeah, we'll be taking a couple minute break. We'll be back right after 4, and yeah, we will see you then. And we are back. Right. Yes. Okay. The next show we'll be talking about is Iwakakeru Sports Climbing Girls.
Why? Why? Why did you watch this one?
This is one that did not make the cut for last week. And I was like, I'll just skip it. I don't have enough time. And then with a week of time added, I was like, yeah, I really wanted to watch it, but I got time now, so I'm going to watch it. So, this is one of those learning about a sport shows. It is about rock climbing and the indoors type of rock climbing, even though they show this girl climbing a mountain. They may climb mountains later, I don't know. But in the first episode, you follow her. She is new to a high school and doesn't know what club that she's going to join. And she's just walking around, and she walks into this one little area, and like this one girl's like taking off the drape of this rock climbing wall. And she's like, whoa. And then the girl's like, well, you want to try? And you can tell that this girl is like jaded because she'd rather be climbing the rock wall and like perfecting her skills instead of talking to people who either don't care or are trying it just to be nice. Mm-hmm. But she wasn't expecting to come across this girl. So this girl, she used to be a gamer. And the gamer of the puzzle variety.
Mm-hmm.
And she, this is one of the shows that gave me and Ray Ray, like, one of those laugh till you're, like, till you're crying laughs. So basically, the girl starts to the girl on the team in the club starts telling the new girl about the about what it actually is, because this girl's never seen a rock climbing wall. Mm-hmm. And she's like, oh, okay. She's like, you want to try? So she starts trying, and she just happens to be better than the average person. So she starts like getting on different things, and like she actually starts progressing. And then she gets to a part where you're supposed to like jump to it. And the girl on the ground is kind of standing there just judging her, and she's like, yeah, she's never gonna make that. And then she actually like starts lunging and getting ready to jump, and she's like, oh, she's actually gonna try it. And she jumps and then just wham, hits the ground hard. Completely misses. And me and Ray were on the couch dying, falling off the couch. And I'm like, isn't she supposed to be wearing a harness or some kind of protection? I'm like, yeah, the ground, like there's a mat on the ground that's padded, but
oh yeah, but you hit that hard, you're gonna knock the wind right out of you. I've done that before.
It was so funny. She's like, poof.
I mean, did they do like a comical like midair just like pause, or did they just immediately just go? Like, whoosh.
It was perfect editing. She like lunged down a little bit, reached for it, cut to her falling and hitting the ground. It was glorious. So after me and Mary stopped like laughing and wiping tears from our eyes, the girl's like, yeah, that's an advanced move. Of course you're not gonna make it. And I'm like, that's what you're worried about? This girl injured herself, and you can be like, duh, you can't do that. And I'm like, I hate this girl. But then the new girl kind of sits and like stares at the wall, And then all of a sudden starts doing this weird calculation and it's not like numbers start flying across the screen.
Mm-hmm.
It's more like all these bubbles show up, kind of like bubble bobble.
Mm-hmm.
And she starts tracing the path of the same color to a certain hold, and she's like, okay, and it's weird. It's like the mobile game way to figure out a puzzle, and it is like pop, pop, and I'm like, oh, I hate this. I hope she doesn't do this every time. And so as she figures out the next way to approach it, all of a sudden she's like, all right, I have figured it out. Let me try it again. And I'm like, whoa, what just happened? Did she hit her head? Because she sounds like a robot right now. And her eyes are all sparkly because she's just pumped. And I'm like, what's happening all of a sudden? This is weird. So then she tries it again. She gets a little bit higher. And the two senpais, the older people who've been in there, been on the team. It's not a team. It's only two people, and now it's four. But other people in the club, they I guess they get there and start talking, and the one girl is like, yeah, I really they're like, oh, are you interested in joining the club? She's like, yeah, I really, really like it. It's like a game. And then the other girl's like, dude, she gets all pissed off. Like, this is not a game. I'm like, God. She doesn't say that's what it feels like to me, because all of us, first she's like, duh, of course you can't do that because it's an advanced technique. And then she's like, rock climbing is not a game. I'm like, calm down, Jesus. I'm like, you just joined this club. You've been in this club a couple days, and now you're yelling at this new girl who's never rock climbed before, and rock climbing is not a game. And I'm like, okay, I really don't like her now. But the other two girls, they're like, oh, okay, I get it. I see how you're you think it's like a game, you figure out a puzzle. And so the other girl's like, no, I challenge you to a race. If you lose, you quit. And she's like, I've never rock climbed before. How am I gonna win against you? And she's like, no. So they're like, okay, well, I guess we'll do this competition tomorrow. So they come the next day. The oldest member of the club has set up two identical walls,
mm-hmm.
which I guess I learned something. All of those walls, they have, I guess, not drill holes, but mounting holes that are laid out a certain way. And then those little pegs, you could just move it anywhere you want to, and just. So I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So she set up two identical walls and set up the race. They started the race. Of course, the experienced new member just starts flying up the wall. Oh no, they gave her a handicap. She said, they're like, all right. They cut to the due day before they started racing, and one of them is wearing a blindfold. And I'm like, she has to climb with a blindfold on? What kind of handicap is this? What it is they're giving her a 2-minute start, and the other girl can't look at the wall to plan.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as the 2 minutes is up, now blindfold off, go. So I'm like, oh, okay, that makes more sense. Because she's gonna be like, where is it? Oh, I think I got it. Just fall off the wall. So, so the other girl's slowly making her way up, and then the other girl just hops to it and just starts sprinting up the wall. The wall's set up to where it's a fork. The left side has easier holds, but then there's a gap, and then the right side has more awkward holds, but there's no gap. So, being a newbie, the other girl goes for the easier holds because the other girl's gaining on her. And then when she gets to the gap, she's like, I don't know what I'm going to do. But then she has that little puzzle game vision again. And she starts grabbing on the side of the wall. And me, I'm like, hey, that's cheating. You're only supposed to hold the color peg things, right? I was like, you can't. Did I just climb the whole side of the wall? What? I don't get it. And then they're like, oh, she's using so and so technique. I'm like, oh, that's allowed? Okay. How did she know that that's allowed? Okay. I was like, okay, whatever. So then the other girl, she's like slowing down because she's on all these weird, like awkward peg holds. And then they both get up there and almost tie. The more experienced one got there like a fraction of a second before. Mm-hmm. And then when they get back down to the bottom, and she's like, yeah, so she won. And she's like, all right, well, it was fun. I guess I'll go now. And the other girl's like, no, next time I'm going to beat you with a bigger margin. And she's like, oh, I can stay on the club. And he's like, yeah. So I'm like, okay, so it's Goku and Vegeta now. They're going to have this weird rivalry where one's the purist and then the other one is just like, let's try it and figure stuff out, and just magically has this power to be able to do everything. So it's interesting. I learned a few different things about rock climbing. And one thing that happened at the beginning of the episode was weird. I didn't remember the picture, so I wasn't sure what the art style was going to be. But then they showed this lady in this like sports outfit, and I'm like, that looks like an Olympic outfit. And she's just built, and not like Hulk muscular, but like built to rock climb. So like, and like built like a basketball player, where it's like you can maneuver and like you're strong. And she's like on this one part and she can't reach the next one. So she like jumps off and then like sits down and looks at it like she's gonna approach it a different way, and like has her hand in this bucket of chalk. And then she's like, all right, and then like gets up and then just like like a basketball player just starts running, just and I'm like, whoa! I'm like, is this what this show's gonna be like? I'm like, who made this? Did Production IG make this? And then like it cuts to like anime girls, and I'm like, where's the other like actually woman? Like, why did they show that other person? Like why did they show this realistic person and then the show's gonna be about completely different anime girls? But in her doing that, I'm like, oh, this is like a legit, like all the rock climbing that I see is either somebody hanging off of a mountain where it's like a 60-degree upside down and they're just like hanging on by their fingertips in real life that I'm like, I will never do that. Or like at some kind of like parking pizza place where they got a little rock climbing wall. I've never seen like sports climbing where they're like, okay, this event is the speed climbing, where like it's easier than like ones that have more difficulty, and the actual holds are set up to where you can grab it quickly and like go. So it's like running up a wall like Spider-Man kind of event. So I'm like, okay, so I've learned a few different things about rock climbing. And if I were to finish the show, I feel like I would learn a lot more. But I've had my fun with this show.
So you're not going to continue it? Oh.
So now, if it was a bunch of girls, like if it was a bunch of like female athletes like that first one that I saw, and it was like an animated version of an actual event at some kind of Olympics or something like that, then I would be way more into watching it because I'd feel like I'd be watching Kuroko's basketball, but climbing walls instead. So it's very interesting. Like, man, if I had more time, I would definitely. I'm glad that I like had an extra week to like sneak in a couple shows because this is the whole reason why I like sports anime. It's like if it's a sport that I know barely anything about, I learn stuff. But yeah, I don't know. It's like the only thing that I could think of for this show is they will basically like go through the circuit. There's like this is the high school circuit. You go through these different events and you go through these different things. And if you want to turn pro, then this is what you would do. And I was like, just learn about a whole new world that I had no idea about. It was like speed rock. What? I did not even know. I was wondering why I was like sports climbing girls. I'm like, what's he talking about? But yeah, it was a fun first episode. The next show we're talking about is Jujutsu Kaisen.
Did you happen to watch this one?
Yes.
This is probably one of my top tier for the season. I would say. It is. Did you just watch the first episode? Okay.
The finger.
It is just.
And I'm like,
so good. Yeah.
Here. Why?
Yeah, it is. It is just so good. And honestly, I think this was the perfect time for this anime to come out too. Like it feels right. The fact that it came out in October, I think, was a good time for it because I think that probably gave it an extra little push for people to be interested in watching it. And guys, just the characters in it. The main character is pretty bland, I will say. He's not what I would say is. He has not as much character development as I would think a main character would have.
He's a strongman.
He's strong. He has a great deal of willpower. I will say that. But I mean, at the end of the day, he's strong. He's goofy. In a lot of ways.
Goofy
but
and kind of like empty-headed kind of way too.
Yeah. I would say the other two characters that are with him, which are.
I'm mad at them.
Why?
So they're in the occult club.
Uh-huh.
How do you not know about curses in an occult club?
Because it's just for a fun thing. I feel like they say they're in a cult club, but really they barely do anything really like occult-ish. I mean, they were the very beginning. They were playing with a Ouija board and geeking out over. Oh, it moved! It moved! Oh, did you move it? Oh, it's so much fun. Yeah, it's just they're.
So they're not actually fans of the occult. They just know of the occult, and they like are doing that just so they can get a club credit.
They were probably more like, to me, it felt like they were more like a movie occult, like your stereotypical occult.
Okay.
Like curses seemed very much like you probably like everyone knows, like anyone knows of the actual term curse, but what it actually entails, what this show has evolved it into, I think is way more than what you would normally look into it as.
So basically, like if they were actual true fans of the occult as far as like curses and stuff like that goes, they would either be in charge of a temple, kind of like in the picture, or they would be like that other guy, like it would be in the family kind of thing.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Okay.
I would look at that. To me, they're more just like movie fans and just geeking out and just having fun, doing whatever kind of thing.
Okay.
You know, they're the ones who stand in front of in the mirror in the bathroom and say Bloody Mary 3 times. And then freak out because someone starts flicking the lights on and off or something like that. You know what I mean? That is the extent of the quote unquote occult that they're with, is what I feel like.
Okay, because I'm used to like an occult club actually being competent.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I do not see them being incompetent. In fact, after the first episode,
I feel like they're gonna quit the occult club.
Well, no, like after the first episode, well, I think there's a little bit in the second episode with them, but that's it. We don't see them anymore.
Okay.
We're
So
done with.
I think like if something like that happened in real life, somebody's like, "Oh, we're in the occult club, and we found something spooky, and then something actually like terrible happened." I feel like they would just quit the occult club like the next.
Basically, I'd be surprised if they did that in this. I would not be surprised. I would not. So okay, I was just thinking about it. I have to take that back. Main character in the very beginning, very empty-headed, very goofy, very one-dimensional. I'm strong, kind of da 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 kind of situation, and just has a great deal of willpower. As the story progresses, more facets of him are introduced. So I'm not necessarily sure if that was the intention or if they just really didn't know how to introduce a character while fleshing out his character more or less. Or if that's just because of the way the anime just portrayed it and the manga actually went more into it. I don't know. I will say that, yeah, there are some moments with him in future episodes that definitely make me think that he is he has more to him. He has more to him. He's definitely he goes into this very much like, oh, I'm now, a curse essentially, and I got to take care of this, but hey, let's have some fun while doing it. And then at a certain point, the realization and the weight of what is now his quote unquote task and responsibility hits home. And you kind of start to feel for him a bit because you're like, dude, you are in way over your head. And you cannot take the fact of the what's his name, the curse that resides into him. I can't remember what his name was or whatever. You cannot take the fact that he has this curse as like a trump card. And this was very interesting to me because at one point,
Naruto and a QB.
No, because you can't, because in situations like that, I'm also thinking, I'm like, well, what is the incentive of the other half? What's the incentive of the person that he has inside of him, who he's essentially suppressing for his own personality, not just, actually helping out instead of doing whatever, you know what I mean? And that kind of come coalesce because they get put into a situation where he could very well die. Like, it was very bad in a lot of ways. And he, when faced with the situation and realizing what he was up against, he contacts that spirit inside of him and says, hey, are you going to protect this body? And he goes, I really don't care. I have other pieces of me floating around here. So if this portion gets destroyed, I don't care. And he's like, and if you let me loose right now, I won't kill what's trying to kill you. I'll go after your friends. So he's put in a very awkward situation. Like he can't just call on his other half as a trump card to save him. There are repercussions and consequences to using this other person. And even when he manages to circumvent some of these negatives that are going to potentially happen. When his other half comes out, he's still, or Sukuna, that's what it was, Sukuna. When Sukuna comes out, he still wants to go after his friends, even though he removed them from the equation. And like, at least for a good distance, so he couldn't immediately just go and kill his friends. He still was like, "Hey, other spirit, let's go kill the kids. Let's go find them and go kill them." You know what I mean? So it's like one of those situations where you're like, "Damn, that's a tough, like, that's a tough place to be in." You know, and he's even told by his sensei, the dude with the blindfold on, that like you're a first year, you don't know how to use curse power. His other two friends know how to use curse power, but they're not as strong as he is. So he has the strength, he just doesn't have the know-how in order to use what he has. So he's really going into it just with just again from the very beginning, just sheer willpower, sheer will force is what it is. So there is a lot going on in this, and I'm all for it. I'm all for it. There is as storytelling wise, they've set up a good narrative. I'm curious to see how the main character Yuji will take care of the fact that he has a curse inside of him that is trying to take over, and the fact that the people he's working for essentially have tasked him with consuming the rest of the pieces of said Sukuna, and then intend to kill him in order to alleviate the threat of Sukuna ever coming back.
Okay.
And then now it's like that's their intent, but like, how is he going to circumvent this fate that he's been given? You know what I mean? I mean, it's a interesting spot, and now there is also essentially talking where I'm at right now in it to where the bad guys, the curses, the spirits, could potentially be offering Yuji and Sukuna a deal to be on their side.
Okay.
And it's like, I know Yuji would have reservations about that because it would be a matter of now killing his friends, but there's a tough choice to be in part of, because he's essentially been told that if he consumes all the parts of Sukuna, they're going to kill him in order to rid the world of this threat. Well, now he's been given the option of, well, hey, if you consume all the persons a piece of Sukuna, we're cool with keeping you around. Yeah, so it's like, what choice do you make in that regards? Someone's literally saying, yeah, your sacrifice will get rid of the ultimate evil for the world, or at least a ultimate evil for the world, but you're going to sacrifice yourself. But then the other side's going, I don't mind you living, as long as you don't mess with what we're doing, or you help us in our plans. I don't mind you living. You know what I mean? So it's like, man, that's a rough spot to be in. I don't know.
And it's like he has to consume the other pieces, or else somebody else will.
That's the task he's been given. It's not to say someone else will, but those pieces of them on their own are dangerous to begin with.
Yeah.
Those pieces can potentially cause disasters on their own, just a piece.
Yeah. Okay.
So, say if another curse potentially consumed a piece, they would get a major power boost.
Yeah. All right.
No, it's such a, oh man. I mean, it's such an interesting place to be in. I don't think it is the storyline new. No, there's really nothing new about it because here again we have somebody just like you said, like Naruto, who's sharing the body of one body, two
Of
people,
this one evil
and
entity with
it's
a
an
massive
evil
amount of power.
entity with a massive amount of power. We've been down this road before, but the way in which they are handling it is quite different. And all of this is taking place in our world. Our world, our time. This is what this is taking place in. You know, so it's an interesting way of going about it. I'm liking the direction it's going in, and I'm curious to see how it will progress from here.
Okay. Yeah, this is one of the shows that I plan to keep up with because it's great.
Oh yeah, and the
Um,
animation is stunning too.
oh yeah, there's a lot of shows this season where I'm like, whoa. I'm like, is this because of COVID? Everybody got more time to animate,
It's
or
done
what?
well. This is done by Mappa.
Yeah, man.
We know we like us some Mappa.
So, one part that kind of made me sad was Grandpa.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, what? For real? No way. Really?
I mean, but that really sets the stage and pushes him into the decisions that he makes.
Yeah. I was like,
So,
and then I started reflecting, and I'm like, and you said this?
yeah,
I was just kind of sad for a while. But yeah, this show, man, it is very good.
absolutely. I totally intend on completing this, and I will say that anyone out there interested in any sort of fantasy set in our world, with really good storyline, great characters, um, I give this a watch. Just watch the first episode. I guarantee you'll be hooked. Guarantee you'll be hooked.
All right, the next show we'll be talking about is Kamitachi ni Hiroreta Otoko, or By the Grace of the Gods.
Yes. Okay, so this one, I feel like gets a bad rap because I've seen the comments in Funimation on this. What?
As you were saying that, I was like, I don't like this show.
I feel like this one gets a bad rap. Now I'll say why I understand why it gets a bad rap, and then I'll say why I think it doesn't deserve the rap it's being given. So
I'll go ahead and say my part.
go ahead.
As everybody knows, I'm not a big fantasy person, and I felt about this show like you feel about Yudu Camp.
I'll say I get that. I do. I actually get that. So here's my hot take on this. So I feel like what ends up happening a lot with this is for those of you who don't know, this is the story of a man who ends up dying and getting reborn through the grace of three gods in another world. And he is given a lot of blessings. So he's incredibly strong, fast, he has a great deal of magic ability, and one of the very first things he comes across is a slime in which he tames, and then essentially, entailing the first episode, he lives out his first, 3 years in this world in a forest by himself. So, not a whole lot going on. And as things progress and we see how things move, if you're expecting, when you look at fantasy, people look at fantasy and they have certain expectations. You're like, okay, there's going to be magic abound. There's going to be, fantasy characters. We're going to come across elves. We're going to come across beast people. We're going to come across, all this other stuff, monsters, and there's going to be fight sequences and da 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 da. I get that because 95% of fantasy anime, that's what this entails. Now, so when those people go in with this expectation of this, I can see why you look at this and you're like, this sucks. Because there's not a whole lot that goes on. Even with the first 4 episodes, not a whole lot of goes on. But that's not what the show is about. And they don't necessarily come out and say it. And part of it is, I also read comments where people were saying there are certain parts that they are skipping over in the anime that the light novel or manga touched on, and they're kind of glossing over a few little bits and pieces. What this story is about is the life that this man led and the reason why the gods chose to bless him and reincarnate him in another world. Because as the story progresses, you realize he had a very sad life. Very bad life. So most of this, what it comes down to, is characterization. Characterization and character development. And I'll give you an example of one of the things that happened. So he eventually ends up coming, and I'm going to say stuff because I'm pretty sure it's the way you said you're not going to continue watching anyways, but he eventually goes with the people that you see, the ones that came to him originally. Okay. And yeah, he ends up going with them to the town. They wanted to bring him to town. They wanted to kind of help him. They wanted to take care of him because they saw him out there alone by himself. Didn't know much about him, but they figured it's like an 11-year-old boy essentially on his own. That seemed like a bad situation. They didn't know everything that he can do or all the stuff that's happening, but he ends up taking a job because he gets put into a guild because they see that he has abilities, and in order for him not to get taken advantage of, they're like, you know what, put yourself in a guild, rank up, and then you'll put yourself in a higher station to where people will not feel like they can take advantage of you. You'll have a reputation, you'll have things ahead of you, and you'll manage, kind of thing.
I had a question about his abilities and powers. So, when he had his hand on the orb, they could read his powers, and they didn't really seem like anything. But then,
I don't think because of either A, he was hiding it, or B, he was only giving them certain, like, I don't think it could read the information based upon what he is, because his powers come from the gods.
Yeah.
They're not your average, they're not your standard, like, everyday. Like, what he can do, there are certain people who can do that, but to the extent and the power that he has and the ability for him to do that with is not normal.
Okay, because they read his powers, and I'm like, oh, he's a little weak guy. Okay, I can see why they're trying to protect him. And then they went into like the flashback of how he actually got there, and then he kicked the tree in half. And I'm like, wait a minute, that strength level doesn't match.
No.
But yeah, that makes sense.
So, anyways, he takes a job because he has these slimes, and they each have their own abilities in doing things. He takes a job cleaning out, um, essentially, this town's latrine system, essentially, their sewer system, essentially. Um, and he ends up finding there's multiple stations that he has to go through, but he ends up finding that one that from the first one that he goes and cleans, that there is a miasma over the entire, like someone essentially put like a very bad poison inside of this, and it's really not a good situation. Well, he has certain ways and certain abilities that makes it to where it's not, he can't nullify it essentially, but he has some resistances to it. And he said, basically, he told the guild leader, he said, "Look, I'm the best person for the job. I can take care of this." Because at first they're like, "No, we're going to send people in there." And they're like, "No, the only thing you're doing sending people in there is causing essentially more victims. Don't send more people in there. Let me take care of this. Just basically hold people off. Don't let anyone approach is the best thing you can do until I give you the all clear." He even knows the meeting what he's having with the people that's around him too, that you have in the picture, the ones that he met originally. He told them the same thing. He said, "Look, because they're the ones in charge of the town." He said, "Look, I'll take care of this. Just keep everyone away." Well, it ends up taking him like 3 days to take care of this, of constant work. Like, he doesn't stop because he's like, if I let this fester, or there's a chance that it'll escape, and that'll just be disastrous. I can't let that happen. So it's the morning of the third day when he finally finishes. He reports back to the guild, lets them know, "Hey, it's done," and then he goes home. On his way home, he remembers, because he sees the sun coming up, and he goes, "I used to do this all the time, where I would work, at my job until wee hours of the morning when the sun was coming up, only to, essentially go to bed for some, small amount of time, get back up and do it all over again." And he remembers having gone home to his little apartment. Apparently he lived with his mom, and he said she would actually be up waiting for him to come home. And it was one of those situations where he felt at home because of that. Well, then you find out it wasn't long after that memory, his mom passed away. So he would come home and it would just be an empty apartment. No one there to greet him, no one there to say hi, no one there leaving the light on waiting for him or whatever. And he said even when she died, he couldn't even muster the tears, he to cry, because he felt empty. He felt just gone in that regards. Well, he walks in, and there's everyone there waiting for him, greeting him, saying, "Welcome home. Do you need do you need something to eat, or do you just want to go to bed? Do you want to clean up? Yada yada yada." And he breaks down and starts crying, because it was just one of those situations where it reminded him of something that he lost, that he thought he no longer had or could have, because that part of his life was gone. And now here it was, someone was once again showing compassion towards him and caring about him, and he felt at home. And I'm like, look, no matter what you may think, no matter what you may say, that's character development. It's character growth. And that's what, if anything else, this story is about. Like, everything else going on in the background, his tasks, his jobs, what he's doing, that's all background noise almost, essentially. That's just a way for us to continue the story, a means to an end almost kind of thing. His interactions with people, because he even said he spent 3 years by himself and didn't have any intention on leaving that forest only because he didn't want to be around people anymore. And I think a lot of people maybe can relate to that. You just don't want to be around people sometimes. You just have that feeling where you're just like, I'm done. I don't want to deal with society. I don't want to deal with people. I've been beat up. I've been, torn and shredded, and I'm just done. And given the opportunity, I'm sure there are plenty of people who, if they could actually manage it, would go live in a forest for however many years just to get away from people or whatever. And it took this family having found him, or him having found them, however you look at it, to him to come back to civilization and to start seeing that he didn't necessarily, like, his trials and tribulations he went through in our world, as bad as they may have been, weren't like it. There's still, he could still make things better for himself, and people in society don't necessarily mean that they're, worth giving up on, and he can actually progress as a person. So all in all, taking it from a person who enjoys fantasy, who loves the sword fight, magical, whatever, and all that, the little bits and pieces they have in there, I appreciate, but I'm thoroughly enjoying just like the character development and learning more about it, because even somebody in the comment section said by the end of it, you more than realize and are agreeing with how much power, like the fact that he was given as much power as he was and the blessings from the gods he was given, you totally agree with. And you think it is well deserved from his character by the fact that he was given these things. So yeah, I'm a fan. I'm all for it. I appreciate, the little nuances that he has. The fact that there are certain times that they flash back to his old life and he's sitting there getting yelled at by his boss for something and whatnot. And then when he gets complimented by somebody here for the work he's done or for helping them out, and he has that little, like, faint little blush that he has on him or whatever, and you're like, and he even sometimes, internally monologue voices it, going, to be appreciated by somebody. And you realize, there are so many people out there who probably are in the exact same situation, who have zero appreciation, and who only get continually ragged on by everyone for, the job that they do, because they feel like they could have done better, or they didn't do as good as they should have, kind of thing. And here he is just doing, whatever he can, and people are absolutely ecstatic with him and are complimenting him and encouraging him. And I'm like, God, can we take like a life lesson from this for for people or whatever? Can people like take a moment and not focus so much on like the violence and oh, we got to go defeat a demon king or whatever, and realize this is just raw human emotions. This is like ideally what people in our world should strive to be, just encouraging one another, helping one another, being happy for one another, praising for one another. Don't pull people down, bring them up, and I feel like this kind of embodies that so well, and just really drives things home as far as character development goes. And if anyone ever wants to have more of that in either their story, their writing, their whatever it is that you're doing, take a hint from this. Watch this and just feel like that is something that you should strive for in this. So I get why people negative on it. I do. It doesn't necessarily feel like a lot goes on. And for the most part, you're 100% correct. Not a lot kind of goes on. There are some movements in the story and progressions and what happens, but a lot of the things that they do, they typically tend to like, they're like, oh, well, there was corruption in this town's government, and the Duke and his family, when they get there, they realize that and they go to investigate it, but you only hear about it. You don't see what they do about it, because that's not where their focus is. So, I am 100% finishing the show, and I honestly would recommend this show. I know it's not going to be everyone's cup of tea. I realize that. You gotta. There's a certain mindset you gotta walk into this with, and if you don't have that mindset, you're gonna hate it. You're gonna think it's dumb, stupid, and not a whole lot going on. But that's just it's not everyone's cup of tea, and it's not. And if you don't have that mindset, it's just what it is. So.
Yeah. Next show. I don't know what to say.
That's completely understandable.
Alright. The next show we're talking about is King's Raid. Oh, actually, before. I just thought of something. So, I get it because I'm on the opposite side of it. So it's kind of like with Uter Camp, where it's like, I found what I like in Uter Camp, and I can't figure out a way to convince everybody that Uter Camp is awesome. You haven't watched Uter Camp, so if you were to watch it, I don't know what you would say for a reason why it wasn't good for people who actually like it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm kind of in that opposite situation where it's like, I can see that the character development would be a huge draw for it. And I do like how in this show, they, it's a different aspects of like brought to another world, where it's like, most of the time people are just living an either okay life, or maybe they have a few problems, or maybe a lot of problems. And then when they go to the other world, everything's great and they're surrounded by friends and all this crazy events and all that kind of stuff. And this show is more like he has a miserable previous life. And because of that, when he gets moved into the other world, he's gifted with a bunch of different things, but he doesn't bestow it on other people because he's like, I don't want to be around people.
Mm-hmm.
And most of that I don't know. So what I got from this show was he's in a better situation. And I've been in that point where it's like overtime, 7 days, just work. And it's like no hobbies, no friends, no other thing outside of just work.
And you never get any appreciation for that.
Yeah.
You put yourself to the test on that, and you never. It's like they should thank you afterwards and be like, "Oh, thank you so much for helping us push that way through and getting us to that point." Da 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 da. But that's never the case.
No, all you get is a get it done, and then and then the next get it done. So it's like it's like whenever I saw his like previous life, it kind of brought back jobs that I just hated.
Mm-hmm.
But then, because I haven't seen a lot of this show, I'm like, okay, previous life is not so cool. Moving on to another life where, for me, I'm like, it's like previous job to a job that I would love, or hobbies. Or his path is previous life is not so great, to, I guess, his hobby is like learning about the slimes and all that kind of stuff. So it's like he's doing something that entertains him, but it's not what entertains me. So I'm like, you do you. I'm gonna go watch something else. So
no, that's understandable.
Yeah. So
that's completely understandable, and I mean it's you begin to realize it's more than just the slimes. His slimes was a big portion of it, but like he talks about the fact that he's dabbled in different magics because he realized he had the ability to use all kinds of magics. So like he dabbled in alchemy, he dabbled in a couple other different things that even when he told the Duke that, they're like, wow, really? That's a real rare thing to find from somebody to be able to do something in regards to that. You know, it's a very niche kind of thing. And you know, his willingness to help is, I think, you know, one of those big, like you think you look to see how bad his life was previously, and here's a person who is given every reason not to do anything. Like you're like, all right, you know what? He's just like, I wouldn't blame him if he's just like, you know what? I'm done with it. I'm not gonna do anything. I don't care. You know, or he could have just been like, oh, they found me in the forest. You know what? I'm gonna move. I'm gonna separate and just be like, all right, I'm gonna take myself and leave. Yada yada yada, whatever. But he's still willing to try, and I gotta give him props for that. When something like that, I mean, that's humanity showing through to me. When you get pushed down so many times and you're still willing to get back up. Mind you, he had 3 years to kind of take a little short vacation and break and be like, all right, let me distance myself a little bit so I don't have to deal with that for a little while. But he still, once it was called for him, he's like, he's doing things, and he thinks that what the great thing about it is to me is like he does these things and he thinks they're nothing, because to him it's just like, well, anyone in this situation would do the same thing, you know. And yet everyone's like, oh my god, this is amazing, thank you so much for doing this. Which then, because then that's the mentality, because you do these things because you think you're expected to do them, and you don't ever get anything back from it as far as just any sort of like kindness or words of agreement or whatever. And then when you all of a sudden get that and get shown that, I mean, it's almost like it's foreign. You know, that really just makes you so how sad his life was in that regards. And I'm assuming as the story progresses, we're gonna get even more details about how his life was and how sad it was. Because, I mean, here's the thing: they talked about his mom. What about his dad?
Yeah. Well,
Hadn't even said,
he
huh?
didn't mention his dad once
Did
in the
he?
in his first episode. He's like, I went through all that crap with my dad, and
Okay. I don't
yeah,
know. Maybe I missed that. But I mean, I'm thinking they're gonna do even more of that. Like they're gonna explain more about his past life, and I mean, you even saw how he died, right? Did they explain that in the first episode? I can't remember.
yeah, that was part of it. He was
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
they're like he sneezed in his sleep and then like fell and knocked his head open. And
yeah.
then he got like super pissed, and he's like, "I went through all that crap in my life, and my dad was abusive and blah blah blah, and I just fall asleep on a sneeze." And part of me's like, "Dang, that's a bad way to go." But God, yeah, I feel you. Like going through all that and then just poof.
See, I mean, yeah, I mean, there's so much of this. I feel like is just you're learning about the character, and you see what he's had to go through, and then to see how he is in his life personality wise, and that he still continues to try when so many people would just give up is a huge testament, I think.
Yeah, I'm curious to see like how this story develops, and like because I feel like so far he hasn't used like all of his powers, and I'm like,
No.
the gods have like a plan for him, and is he like following through on what they?
One of the episodes, because he actually meets back up with the gods and converses with them, he finds out he wasn't the first one to come here, and that there are actually, ironically enough, the Duke's family that he's staying with has had their ancestors have been from previous people who have come from this world or from his,
That's cool.
and they've been given different blessings in sort of way. And it's funny because the girl that he tries to help, that he helps out more or less, and kind of they it can misconstrued, but he more or less thinks of her as a sister. Is one you see in the picture there.
Mhm.
Um, she has immense magical power,
Mhm.
but he remembered the fact that one of her ancestors that came into this plane had actually been gifted immense magical power, and because he viewed himself as one of the Chunin dark sorcerer magician kind of situations.
Okay.
You know, he was given the option, and he lived out his fantasy of being the, you know, what is it, that one anime where they had the character who had the eye patch or whatever, and oh, don't make me feel my eye, or you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, like 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 acting like something's more than it is. Like it
Yeah, is it Cunin or something like that? That's what it.
Chunibyo.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
So he had that mentality, but he had been gifted with immense magical power, and then he ends up finding out that she actually has almost as much. She actually has more magical power than he does.
Uh-huh. Okay.
You know, and it was like, and then he was like, wow, and then he remembered himself. He's like, oh, that's because of her ancestor was yada yada yada.
Okay.
And then going into the Adventurers Guild, he ends up finding out that one of his tests in order to pass into the Adventurers Guild was to essentially clay skeet shooting, except it was done differently a little bit. And it was
Okay.
because the guild master said, "Oh, one of our previous ones who set this up actually had a weapon he called a shotgun." And they're like, he's like, "Wow, so the gods actually allowed him to bring over something from the other world and allowed him." I'm like, he's like, "All right, well, I guess we're gonna do what we gotta do then." But I mean, it's interesting to see. It's like, okay, so there are other people who have come from his world or whatnot,
Okay.
you know, and whatnot. He's not the first to do this, but it's just interesting to see. It's
Uh,
and you wouldn't think there would be a whole lot to do with slimes either, but there's actually quite a bit, at least as far as what they've done. So
this is the first show where I've seen a floating turd inside of a slime. One thing I had a question about is that little explanation that they had where they showed two worlds and they're like, you are gonna go from this world to that world and bring magic with you or something like that.
I think that's an interesting thought process, an explanation, because what they're saying is that we have magic in our world. We've just forgotten how to use it. Which, if you think about it, it could go into the explanation of how magic and science have diverged us. Why bother learning how to do things with magic when science can do the thing for you?
That is cool.
But it could be a case of we have two similar worlds with each other. Like we're both almost identical to each other, with the exception of one developed with the usage of magic, while the other one developed with the usage of science.
Okay.
Both are advanced in their own ways. It's just a matter of what process you're looking at. So yeah, when they came up with that explanation on that, I was like, I like the idea of that. I really do.
Yeah.
So again, a lot to be here. You really have to kind of look into it and be open minded in a lot of ways, and take away some preconceived notions about this genre, I guess, in general.
Hmm.
So
One thing I kind of thought is this is kind of like the slice of life stuff that you like from
yeah,
that genre.
I would say yeah.
Yeah.
This to me is in the same-ish realm as, say, like Natsume, in a way, because
Hmm.
there's really not a whole lot going on. We have our certain things that do happen, but it's really just kind of like a day-to-day life kind of thing.
Mm. All right. The next show we're talking about is King's Raid. I did not get to this one.
Yeah, King's Raid. So I watched first episode of this, and not gonna watch anymore. not gonna watch anymore. This might be a rare instance of me dropping a fantasy just pretty much right off the bat.
I kind of wish I watched it.
So here's the problem I have, and I think I can see where this stems from. This anime is based upon a video game.
Okay.
Not to say that necessarily bad, but here's what's happening a lot with and so this would essentially be an RPG. I'm not even sure it was an RPG video game, but essentially, I guess you could say it's an RPG video game. A lot of times, their focus is more upon the playability aspect of it than it is storyline.
Yeah.
And that shows here. It's not bad, it's just not great. It's fairly mediocre. Like, this is definitely one of those fantasies that is playing the tropes by the numbers. And it's hitting all the checkmark boxes. But I mean, again, if it's based on a game, there are certain sequences on a game in any fantasy world sort of setting that you have to have. That you kind of you don't want to throw your game for the game for a curveball, because you're more focused on gameplay aspect of it and keeping them entertained than you are storyline. I hate to say that, because that shouldn't be the case, but more times than not, in at least the most current things, it is. I'll say, for instance, so the character in, let's see if he's on the one picture you have. Oh yeah, so that character there, the one that the dude on, it's the character on the right, not the one on the left. He's introduced, and everyone immediately has prejudices because he's a dark elf, and oh my god, elves, human civilization, we'll take care of our own stuff, da 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 da. And they go so hard into him being a bad guy, and the human who introduced him to the council as a way of helping with the problem that they're having, seeming such like a sleazeball kind of situation, that I'm like, man, you've gone too hard into it. There's got to be like some sort of like twist to where like he's not the bad guy, or there's a misunderstanding somewhere, or somebody doesn't quite it's something's got to happen here. It cannot just be this straightforward. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like you're leaning into it heavily. Like if it was a freaking plate, this would be something that someone just smacked you upside the head with after showing like, hey, this is a plate. You get it? It's a plate. You know what I mean? You're like, I get it. It's a plate. I understand. The end of the episode, he meets up with some of his other fellow Dark Elves and says they want to destroy humanity. And I'm like, really? Really? So you are a bad guy? Wow. All right. Sure. I mean, I guess you kind of forewarned us, but why so hard? Why not be sly about it? Why not be coy about it? Why not make it seem like you're the good guy, and then you can make the double cross and come back and go, aha, I was fooling you the entire time. No, you're going to seem like the bad guy, and you are the bad guy. Wow. What a twist. You know what I mean? I'm just like, all right, sure. You know, and then like they get reportings early on about demons in the woods, and this guy's mentor is like, haha, never fear, I'll handle it swiftly and justly, and we're going, you know, you can't even beat me, you know you can't come out here with us, but we'll handle this, no problem, no sweat, don't worry about it, da 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 da. And I'm like, so somebody just raised a death flag. I'm like, if we're going tropey by the numbers here, you just gave a whole bunch of reasons why you're not going to die.
Oh
no! You just gave a whole bunch of, I know. So you just gave a whole bunch of reasons why you're not going to die, so you're gonna die. And sure enough, he died. I'm like, wow, didn't see that one coming. I'm like, could you? It's all right. You know what? You do you, man. You do you. I'm like, this is already giving me a headache. You know what? I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
So it's like more than predictable.
Oh God, it's like I could give this to
like what? Is there a specific term for that?
I don't even know. I feel like a 10-year-old wrote the storyline on this. I really do. And then they fight, and then this person dies, and then they fight some more, and then this is the bad guy, and then and
his name is Mr. Bad Guy.
This Mr. Bad Guy, and I'm like, oh, yeah. I couldn't allow myself to keep going on that. I'm like, you know what? There are 2 other better animes out this season, and other things that I want to do. I can't. I just can't. So I'm like, nope. Passing. Passing.
I kind of want to see it. I kind of want to see it.
It's to me, to a fantasy buff like me, it's like watching a train wreck. So, yeah.
Maybe one day out of whim.
Yeah. If you literally have nothing else better to do, go for it. But I'm giving this one a hard pass.
All right. The next show I'm ready to talk about is Majo no Tabi Tabi.
Did you watch this one?
Yes.
I only watched the first episode. How many did you watch? The first episode?
First episode.
Fucking Rome!
I really enjoyed this one. I thought this one was awesome.
Yes.
I'm kind of sad I haven't continued it since then, but I thought this is an amazing anime. From the detail of the animation, which is done by C2C, which I don't recognize.
Yeah, I don't recognize them either. Like, this is one of the shows that's like...
So this is a fairly new anime company from this, because they really don't have a lot under their belt.
Yeah, this season there's been a lot of like the animation's been cranked up.
It has. It really has. And so, I am all about that. I am all about that. I am loving the fact that people are, I mean, I guess like you said, maybe it's because they have the time frame because of COVID or something. I don't know. But I'm loving the fact that that's even happening because it is just an absolute. I will say this: when it comes to magic, you gotta have it look good. I don't care what it is that you're doing. Things in Magus's Bride
Oh, that's what it reminds
did
me of.
did so well because of how good it looked. It made fantasy and magic look commonplace. Where it wasn't out of step. I will say something like because there's another one that came out too. I want to say it's playing on Crunchyroll right now. Let me double check. Because I almost confused the two. Burn the Witch.
Yes! Did you watch that one?
I started because I thought Burn the Witch was the other one, and then I started watching it, and I got halfway through the episode. I'm like, no, I can't.
I meant to put it on the list.
Well, maybe we'll do a doubleheader on this one then. So I would say between the two, I'm more of a fan of Majo no Tabitawa.
As soon as you said the animation, I was like, there was another one that was animated really good.
It did, but the way they did it still made it look out of place.
Mm-hmm.
In Majo, it looked just in place.
Yeah.
Like it was an everyday thing. It to me, it's like walking into the Weasley's place for Harry Potter.
Mm-hmm.
Everything in there looked like it should have been there. Even dishes that were doing themselves and things that were sweeping or cleaning that were moving on their own. I'm like, I totally believe that. I totally and totally buy that. It doesn't look out of ordinary to me. I'd swear that would be here. Burn the Witch, like a dude's flying with his whatever little dog creature thing. And I'm like, and everyone's just like, oh, hey, look, he's flying. I'm like, you're not freaking out about the dude up there who's flying? And then the other witches come in and go, hey, we saved you, but, it's only because we got paid to do so. And I'm like, all right, I already hate you as a character. And everything you've done magical-wise has looked so far out of place, I don't even know where to begin. But yeah, so Majo to me, way better. It has so much going for it. I love the little slice of life story that we have with her, Elena. Yeah, Elena learned how to be a witch.
She was a little cocky at the beginning.
She was.
I was like, hey, girl.
I like the fact that she was brought down though.
Oh yes.
So we took that character arc that not a lot of people like, of being cocky and like, oh, I'm a prodigy, I can do da 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 da, and we brought that down rather quick because she was told like, look, you may know a lot about magic, but you may not be as crafty as you think you are, because being book smart and being street smart are two completely different things.
Yes. I do also like the stage where she went, I'm awesome and everybody just hates me.
Well, but do you disagree that was kind of, it would be a reasonable assumption to have?
Yeah, normally it's
her cockiness, I completely agree with.
Yeah, they're usually cocky and capable, and other, like, there's cocky, capable, and people adore them because nobody else is stronger, and then there's cocky and everybody's jealous.
Mm-hmm.
And I like how she was cocky and capable, and people were like, she's a prodigy, and then it went from now she needs to rely on other people, and everybody's like turns her down. So yeah. I like how that extra stage was in there.
Yeah, well, and it just reinforced the idea that people were jealous of her because of her capabilities, and because of that, people would then turn her down or be like, oh, her they set up the character arc that actually made sense.
Yes.
And the baseline. It actually made sense. And I'm all for that. I'm all for having a character who makes sense. And I'm all for the idea that she is going to be taking this journey and exploring just being a witch. Like, I'm okay with that. Like I said, to me, and I so far haven't seen anything to counteract that, to me, this looks like Kino's journey as a witch.
Oh yeah.
Because now she's going to travel, she's going to go to different places, she's going to meet different people, going to make friends, make acquaintances, make relationships, and she's just going to have herself a good time. And she'll learn more things along the way, I'm sure. She'll grow further, she'll be able to use better, more magic and whatnot. And she'll continue her, the fact that her mother gave her a journal before she left and said to write your day activities in it. And I'm like, that's what this is going to be. That is what this is going to be. Where, if every episode starting after this one, I almost guarantee you, is going to be her writing in her journal. And we're going to, it's going to be her recounting what's about to happen that we're about to see, I bet, is how they're going to play it as.
Yes.
And that's going to be our introduction to every episode, and I'm all for that. I'm like, that's going to be a great way to do it. But you've set up that possibility, so, yeah, this is great. Again,
Yeah.
The art style is amazing. I love. I mean, even just looking at just the trailer as it's kind of been in the background as we've been talking. Oh God, just the details they have and everything, and her look, and like the magical particles that are around her when she got scuffed up in that battle that she had with that one witch.
With a teacher.
Yeah, her teacher.
So I love the parents in this show.
Yeah.
Like that whole
Because they didn't say
that
it,
old
but you realize the fact that the only reason why the star witch or whatever came to town was for her.
yeah.
That's the only reason. Because once her education was complete, she left.
Yeah, the house just boom turned into leaves. Bye.
Yeah.
The one thing that I like about the parents is like the mom, quote unquote, wears the pants, and like the dad's all like, "My baby's leaving," he's all crying.
Yeah, no, and I'm all for that dichotomy like that. That to me is great.
Yeah, and because of that, I'm like, where's the mom's story? Like, is the mom a retired witch? Like, she seems well prepared on sending her daughter off on this journey. And I'm like, what stories do you have? Like, what was the moment that this guy got you to like settle down? Like, were you out there causing the ruckus, like living your life? Like, I'm just really, really curious. Like, like they built up the mom to be a really cool character. One thing that I kind of really liked also about Elena is she kind of had like a 2020 breakdown where it's like everybody this year, it's like after one incident, after the next incident, after the next incident, after the next incident. Sometime in 2020, you just started crying and you're like, will this year ever be over? Going through everything that the Star Witch went like was paid to have her go through. I do really like how basically she was just there to like make sure that she is knocked down a peg because she's not going to be able to survive out in the world without being able to know how to deal with hardship. And I don't know, it's like seeing that whole journey and then like the battle right at the end, and even the Star Witch had to like hold her own against this prodigy to make sure that the prodigy didn't win. as much as it like drained the Star Witch, I'm glad that she was able to like muster the power to like kind of make sure that she struggles. But then again, I don't know. It's like as soon as like she's kind of like, you don't have to endure everything all the time. I was like, I know 2020's been so hard. So it was like a relief. I don't know, like somebody just kind of telling you like it'll be okay. So I'm like, will this year be over? So yeah, I don't know. It's like there's so much about this show that I like really like. And yeah, this is one of the ones that I really want to keep up with. I do like how you referenced that it is probably going to be just like Kino's journey, and that makes me excited because in the first episode they had this crazy epic battle, and it's like with Kino's journey, it's like really really interesting concepts and different like style, like different living styles, whether you're living in a city.
Battles were even still a place as far as what they came through, because he'd have his fights too.
Oh yeah, but he didn't have magic. So now I'm like,
it's as what they say. There's no new stories. There's a retelling of old stories in a different way.
Yeah.
So this is Kino's journey with magic.
Yeah.
So this is Kino's journey, but now the battles are going to be more intense, more vibrant, more out there because magic's involved.
Yes, and it's like I guess I'm not sure how to describe the types of magic, because there's like incantation magic where they're like reading from books or like saying the name of the magic before it happens, and this is more like real-time magic where it's just shooting stuff, jumping, lifting the earth, throwing rocks and stuff like that. So I'm like, that's my type of magic that I love. So I'm like, oh, this is gonna be good. So and it's like during that fight, you thought that the Star Witch was like one of the strongest, and she was almost tapped out. So I'm like, oh, she's like this when Elena goes on her journey, she's definitely gonna meet like someone way stronger.
Oh, for sure.
So I'm like, oh, it's gonna be so good. But yeah, there's many aspects of the show that I am really excited to like see play out, and yeah,
for sure. I'm excited about this one. I would honestly say out of all of them, this is easily in my top 3 for this season.
Oh yeah.
I'm kind of vying for what ones we said. I know Dungeon's got to be up there as well.
Oh, definitely.
So I would say Dungeon, Jujutsu, and this one are probably like in my top 3. I don't know what order they're in, but I know they're in top 3.
Okay. So since we mentioned it, I kind of want to do a little. I don't have a picture for it, but for Burn the Witch. So this show,
I just say I am totally not a fan, and immediately dropped it halfway through the episode. So
it's weird. Like there's witches, but they ride on dragons instead of brooms. And what is the name of that one show? It's a show by Bones. Maybe I can find it if I look up Bones. And I think we talked about it on the show. Keyboard. And it's I can hear the intro and everything. But yeah, it's a really really cool show done by Bones. It has I think it has mechs in it. And just the animation style from Burn the Witch like reminds me of shows that are usually done by Bones. I'm not sure if the show is done by Bones. I don't think it is. What's the Japanese name? Yeah. So for Burn the Witch, I just like the design of all the characters. I like how like usual, the blonde character is kind of like the wild and crazy one. It's interesting that they're ride on dragons. I do like all the different styles of dragon, like dog dragon. And I'm like, you just made that up. That's not a thing.
Yeah. Come on, I gotta. You see, maybe that's where my thing came from, because I hear dragons and I'm like, I get all excited because I'm like, dragons, and then they're like, it's a dog dragon. I'm like, bullshit, bullshit. Y'all ruined it.
Yeah. There's and then like just the fight style, like this is one of the ones that I watched like a week ago, so I can't remember exactly everything. Oh, when the dragon. Oh, you probably didn't see that part. So did you see where they basically uppercutted the dragon with like a magic spell?
No.
Okay, so basically that airheaded guy, like the empty-headed guy, that was like
walking the flying dog, yeah.
Yeah. So when he finally stops, like they catch up to him, and they start kind of going into his backstory a little bit. He's basically kind of like a curse, where it's like things are just drawn to him. So basically, dragons are attracted to him. And as soon as they say that, this giant dragon just shows up out of nowhere. And it's like, nah. And I'm like, and I say nah like that because the face of the dragon looks like it would make that sound.
This makes it worse. That sound should never come from a dragon.
It's a dumb looking dragon.
That sounds like just the most stupidest zombie in the world.
So, she cast this kind of like spell. It's like stun spell, and then like just basically like hits the chin of the dragon, knocks the dragon out. It falls and like lands on this building. And then I'm like, just like with the Incredibles, how when a superhero saves a town, then all of a sudden there's insurance and like liability they have to go through and all that kind of stuff. Ever since that show, that movie came out, I've always thought about that as far as like superhero movies and like any show that causes like a lot of destruction. Like with Evangelion, like the old ones did it too, where like the angel will attack and like the whole city like goes underground so stuff doesn't break. Some shows actually like pay attention that like, oh, every time a monster, even One Punch Man. Like anytime something would happen, they would like evacuate everybody, or there'd be some kind of protection against giant monsters that like destroy everything. This show, they don't talk about that at all. So I'm like, whose house is that dragon just landed on? I'm like, who's gonna be paying for all this kind of stuff? Like, I don't know why that was one of my first things that I thought. It's like kind of like because they're just reckless fighting the monster.
Maybe it's because we have now come to have that thought put in our heads now because of things like Age of Ultron and Superman and all those other superhero type movies that have now breached the subject of like collateral damage and the effects fighting these creatures, monsters, villains have on the populace and the buildings and the people around them.
Yeah, and I would say another thing that comes from that is like characters that are conscious of their surroundings, like Bakugo when he was no, not Bakugo.
No, you're right. I think they I know you're talking about.
Well,
Because when they were
the guy, the other guy, the main guy.
Because when they were fighting All Might, they in that training session, they used a part of the town that they were fighting in that had already been destroyed by All Might's smash instead of going into a new area in order to minimize the amount of damage that was done.
Yes.
Like when they use Bakugo's gauntlets.
Yes. So that's a good example too. But then, like I guess being the situation is that I'm trying to figure out. What is the other guy's name?
Deku.
Deku, yes. The Deku, he's conscious of his surroundings when he can't get away from, like, get to somewhere safe. He'll make sure that he doesn't mess up the surroundings that he's currently in. Like when he first met the All Might's teacher, and
Oh yeah.
Oh no, or was it the other guy where he had to get something from him, but then every place that he jumped around, he made sure he didn't like step on like a painting or something like that on the wall, and he made sure not
to... yeah, you're talking about Night Eye.
Night Eye, yes.
Yeah.
So because of like all the media and stuff like that like is worried about collateral damage, there has been created characters that are aware of their surroundings and make sure that they don't destroy the city. These characters did not pay attention to that at all. Just like stun magic, uppercut, hits the dragon in the chin, knocks it out, it falls back, lands on a building, and like too bad for everybody in that building. One thing I was thinking that, and I'm like, okay, well now what are they gonna do? Are they just gonna be like, dragon's dead, let's walk off? And they kind of started doing that, but then it went back to the dragon, and like all of a sudden, this like, when they when like either there's a super thin wire or a really really sharp sword, and they're just like slice, and nothing happens right away, but then a couple of seconds later, you see like this little line go, and then like it either falls apart or something like that.
Yeah.
So the same thing happened with the dragon's head. And I was like, you said stun, not slice the dragon's face off. I was like, what kind of stun are you using? And then all of a sudden, the dragon's face just fell to the ground. And inside his head was another flat, like kind of like a pig nose, but it was another face. So like, then it's turned dark, like not fully black, but it turned dark. And I'm like, is it decomposing? And then it started moving around. And I'm like, it's not dead. And they're like, like alarms go off. They're like, air, we have a dark dragon loose. And I'm like, did y'all not know that thing can turn into a dark dragon? I'm like, how? Y'all have a system for that where you like block off the city, because apparently they're only worried about dark dragons. They're not worried about regular dragons breaking stuff. So I'm like, okay. And then they proceed to fight the dark dragon, and it gets even crazier. And I'm like, action shows like that are shows that I'm like, they excite me. So Burn the Witch, it is animated well, and the action is crazy. So I like it. I do know that you're a fan of dragons, so you have a higher standard. Like a doggy dragon is probably the dumbest thing that you've ever heard of. But I don't know. It's like, if it was a dragon that like, if it was a little fluffy dog that had tiny dragon wings that like floated next to a person, and it was like, hey, what are we doing today? I would have been like, no, because I don't like little familiars that look weird. So
see, now if it had been a little tiny dragon dog with like, scales, actually, if it actually had like, say it had been like the size of a medium-sized dog. So instead like it had what looked like fur, but then going off like the back of it from down the spine would have been like scales, with then like the tail actually being maybe the tail of what a normal dragon would be, and then having wings coming out from the side, and maybe not being sentient, like being able to talk, but at least flying around like that, having more of a look of a dragon.
Yeah.
I could go, okay, fair enough. You turned a dog into a dragon. Got it. Sure.
Yeah.
I'm on board. But it didn't look like a goddamn thing like a goddamn dragon.
Yeah.
So, no. Just no.
So, yeah. Crazy Cool Action Show, animated well. I really like it. If you're a fan of dragons, it's like a huge fence. You're either on the, oh, they're doing stuff with dragon stuff, or like, that's not how dragons work.
So either you're willing to suspend your disbelief on what they think dragons are, or you're like, fuck off, that's not a dragon.
Yeah. So I have no idea why it's Burn the Witch. Like they like cast spells. They're like stun magic and like
stun magic. Cut your face off. Man, I'm gonna make a game where one of the options in it is stun magic, and you just decapitate somebody. Stun magic, and you're like, shush, and everyone's gonna be like, how the hell is that stun?
He's not moving anymore, is he?
I'll be like, you know what? I said stun magic. You're stunned right now, aren't you? It's magic.
But yeah, I wish I would have watched it like this week, because there's a few more things about the show, but I just can't remember the details. But yeah, the last show we're gonna be talking about is Sengoku no Drift, or Valkyrie something.
Warlords of Sigurda?
Yeah, okay, Warlords of
no,
same word.
Sigurjifa? Some other word. Okay, did you watch this one?
Yes.
What did you think?
I like the characters.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me of so many different things. It's like that show that has the girls that are ships that fight.
I'm at least glad that they don't turn into airplanes and fight.
Yes. And then I guess that's the only show it reminds me of. It reminds me of that, but it's like done differently, because I can't say that it's really done well, because there's certain, like, one thing that threw me off because of Funimation, I set my account to be like Japanese with English subtitles, and every now and then the app will be like English with English subtitles, and I'm like watching the show, and the show starts out with a battle, and there's these fighter pilots, so they're flying around in jets, and they're like, "Mayday, mayday, come in, we gotta get them." And I'm like, that was kind of said weird, but oh well. They're some Japanese actor or actress or English actor or actress is speaking slightly off-sounding English, and then like he'll fly and then like see something, he's like, "Oh my god, what is that?" And I'm like, how long are these people gonna talk? Like, are we gonna switch over to the Japanese characters? Because I'm losing interest by the word. And he's like, "Did we get them? Oh my god!" And I'm like, And then the whole fight, they're just talking in English and fighting, and I'm like, okay. Then the fight's over, and then it cuts to somebody else, and he's like, "Welcome to our academy." And I'm like, something's wrong. Hold on. And I go to settings, and I'm like, oh, it's in English. Oh, so I go back, start the whole episode over. It's all in Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I can't. Let's reset. And I like the characters, like I said. It's interesting how there's like magical creatures, fighter jets like F-16s and stuff like that, and then biplanes.
Mm-hmm.
And certain things, I'm like, I have a suggestion on how they could do it better.
Mm-hmm.
And then other times I'm like, man, that's cool. So my feelings about this, I'm like all over the place. Like one thing that I thought that they could do better was, I guess she has this magical bullet and she's about to shoot it at the thing. And the thing has all these shields that it's just blocking stuff with. As soon as she like locks and loads that magical bullet, it's like, oh, let me stack all of these shields in this tiny little circle. Just and then she shoots it and it's just like crunch, 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 dead. And I'm like, why? I was like, okay. But
Well,
how did you feel about that show? Because I'm like all over.
I mean, it's not my most favorite show in the world.
I'm actually kind of shocked that you watched it.
Well, so I watched it mainly because in the synopsis of it, it was talking about Odin and stuff like that. And I'm like, all right, I'm down for some Norse stuff going on here, and even Odin appeared in front of them and started talking about Ragnarok and all that, and said he'll help the humanity out and everything. And I'm like, you know what? Here is an anime who is saying that only girls can pilot these things or do these things, but it actually makes sense because they're Valkyries.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, when he gave him that title, I'm like, now I understand why it's all female. Got it. Sure. You're actually giving me reasoning other than, well, it's got to be an all-female. I was like, why can't a guy do it too? Why can't you have a guy in there? I mean, what's going on? Why is it always just all the female thing? That's why I liked, was it Ion Stratus Zero or something, like whatever, that was these
Infinite Stratos.
Infinite Stratos, yeah. That's why I like that one, because it kind of played on that trope, because it was like, they were all saying, well, only females can pilot these things, and he's like, I can pilot them. And I'm like, a guy can pilot one of your fantasy doodads that you only say females can pilot, so, I'm interested to see where this goes. Animation style, I enjoy. Characters, I also enjoy. I think we have a diverse group of characters, all with their own personality.
Yeah,
no. I like the fact that the main character, she has a reputation. She doesn't want to have this reputation, but she has this reputation of getting the job done, but sacrificing all those that she works with in order to do so. So, as it's been plainly told to her or seen by her many times, people tend to avoid her. People tend to be scared of her because especially there's like this stigma around her of, if you get close to her, you're going to die. And I like the fact that the very first time she goes to the new base in Japan from Europe, it's just like a complete 180 for her. And I like that. I like the fact that in the beginning she was very formal, very militaristic, and people that she's coming up to in this new base that she's at over in Japan are a lot more laxed. They're a lot more informal. It is a trope, I will say, but I do enjoy the loudmouth mechanic
Oh yeah, Gramps.
Yeah.
Pops.
I don't care who you are. I judge a person by their plane. You know, and then at the end of it, he's just like, well, you push yourself, you push your plane. I'll make sure it's in top condition for you. And I'm like, see, crotchety old man, but has a heart of gold kind of thing. You know, I'm okay with the tropes like that because, you know, it's nice to see every now and then.
Yeah, and everybody's on board with that. It's not like the old man that's also kind of like a hermit because nobody else can deal with him. Like all the other mechanics are like, he's like, come on, boys, and they're like, yeah.
Well, the minute he yells at them, all of them stand to attention. And he's like, what are y'all doing bloody gagging around here? We got work to do. Let's see. You know, because they wanted to talk with the new pretty girl or whatever and all that. Which, again, see, here are interactions. So often I find people don't know how to do interactions. Either whether it be like actual physical interactions or dialogue interactions. Like, that whole scene, the way it played out, I'm 100% believable. Because here you have a bunch of mechanics who are working on planes all day. A very important job, because obviously you got to kill the monsters. You can't kill the monsters, you don't have these planes available. So a very important job. But the minute a cute girl walks in, all work stops, and they're like, hey, how's it going? Hey. Oh, hey, it's a cute girl. Hey. You know, and they're not being overly, like, you know, bad about that or anything, but they are just, you know, obviously their attention has wavered. So then the fact that the boss comes running and going, hey, what the hell's going on over here? Y'all are just messing around. We need to get back to work. And immediately you have that knee-jerk reaction of someone who gets caught doing something they know they shouldn't have been doing in the first place, and they immediately stand to attention and apologize. Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely, sir. You know, and I'm like, yeah, no, that's 100%. You know. So, and you know, the personalities of the girls are different, but none of them are also unbelievable. Because to me, each one of them, you know, you can see a girl their age acting like that. You know, it's not like you're looking at some personality going, you should be like 20, 30 years old. Why are you like a little teenager, you know, acting like this? Or, oh, you're acting like a baby or whatever. But like, you know, they got the personalities different, but right according to their age range. They have good flow in regards to storyline and interactions as far as things happening. There's a lot left open right now, but again, this is the very first episode, so I don't know if they're going to dive more into these sort of things, because basically we were just introduced to Odin. He said, these are my I'll bless people as Valkyries or whatever, and he only showed one, which is the main character that we're following around, but now all of a sudden there's like multiple Valkyries, multiple named ones, and I'm like, did he name multiple Valkyries? What's going on here? What do you know? I'm assuming more explanation is going to happen. We're just spending the first episode getting to know things. We're setting the stage. We're kind of getting things ready, and then once we start going into this full ham, we'll continue that, and then we'll get some more backstory into it. Like, what the hell was that shield thing in the very beginning? Like, is that going to be like? Is there some sort of like monster guarding each of them? Are they different monsters each time? Do any of them have anything? Because I could see something shield-based related being part of like Norse. You know, like I could have seen like maybe those shields maybe being some sort of Norse thing or whatever. But like, is that going to be a theme going along with them in each and every single time? Do these pillars have something to do with Like, there are questions that I kind of want to know. So I'm willing to, you know, overlook maybe a few nitpicky things in regards to that. Because I think the best thing you can do in your very first episode is make your audience question, is make your audience want to know more, want to know why, want to know what is the deal with these things. And once you do that, and once you have your audience hooked, then you can develop things. then you can go from there. That's why a lot of people say when it comes to writing books, the most important, you literally have, sometimes even just the first sentence is your very most important sentence you could ever write. After that, you're just then filling in the blanks of whatever it is your first sentence gave to your audience. And here we have first episode, same situation. So I'm not like gung-ho about this by all sorts of means, but I'm not against it either. This wasn't an immediate drop for me like everything else. I will probably continue it and see where it goes. I may drop it later on. I don't know. It kind of depends on how things go. But I don't feel this is bad. I feel like this does have merit to it, and that there are certain things that can be taken from it, and I enjoy it. So that's my hot take on it.
I don't know which character I like the most. Because, like, when she was back at her previous base, there was this spiky, dark-haired one.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, she looks interesting. I wonder what we'll never see her again. Cool. And then you get this whole crew that like comes to escort the other ship, and they just take a bundle of characters and be like, here. And I'm like, wait, who's who? What? Okay, pink, red, green. Okay. Okay. And then the battle's over, and she's like, I'm red. And I'm like, I know red was flying the plane, but I don't remember what red did. And she's like, I'm pink. And I'm like, you don't even look like you can fly a plane, but sure. And then there's that part where they're on standby and she's giving her a tour. And then they start eating, and then one of them's playing soccer. And she's just like dribbling past everybody. And it's like every other scene, you see her in the background just like, past you. Past you. And I'm just like,
again,
somebody explain to me what's going on.
I think this is a situation of when in regards to characters that. What was the other one I said that was like I couldn't really pick a character. Oh, the 100. I stand on top of because there's obviously character development that has to happen. We know that the main character, the one we followed from the beginning, the blonde one, she has to get over the fact that she can work with a team and rely on a team and not feel like she's going to get people killed.
Yes.
So right now she's very closed. So it's a matter of she has to be able to open herself up.
I feel like she also doesn't want to be too careless because it's like even when she followed the rules to the T, she lost her team. Yeah. And then now she's at a team that's like less disciplined. And she's like, guys, we got to keep it in check. Like that, like how they were all arguing about who's going to be in charge. And then she like, the one who's actually the leader was not in control of her team.
No.
So then she's like, took charge, but then also was like, hey, what do you want me to tell these people? And she's like, we should do this. She's like, hey, guys, do this. And it, like, that was fun.
I will, and but then you got, obviously, like you said, the one who called himself Red, she's a little too carefree. She's a little too, no one can fight on an empty stomach. Most important thing is to make sure you're fed, and carefreeness, that's got to change a little bit. Not to say I want her to change all of it, but I think it's going to be dependent upon the situation. She has to be more disciplined in regards to that. The other one, Pink, I think is just a little too soft-hearted, a little too soft-spoken. She probably has more that she can do or more that she can say, but I think she's a little timid. And basically looking at it, I feel like she's kind of the quote-unquote mother of the group. Yeah. But that might have to change a little bit too. And then you have the leader, quote-unquote, that we came across, the one that was in the gray, whatever. And she doesn't really act like much of a leader. You know, so
Like she's always trying to prove herself.
She is. She feels like she has to prove herself, but what she does in order to do that is incorrect. So there's obviously a lot of character development and character growth involved in this, and I hope to see more of that and see where that leads to. I don't know where it will lead to, but my hope is that yeah, we will continue along that line and things will progress from there. But you know, it's hard to say which character I like the most, just because, yeah, there's obviously flaws in everybody, and until we see who starts to really be willing to conquer that and progress themselves further, it's kind of up in the air. I like Red's carefree nature. I like her, fun. We're in a military base, but hey, let's go talk with mechanics or go play soccer, yada yada. You know, I do like Pink's motherly nature. She may need to tone that down a bit or whatever, but I do like the fact that she has sort of a mature air around her and does care, obviously, for the other team members greatly. And I do like the main characters, her ability to, to handle situations. Like, she was in a very stressful situation, but she didn't panic.
Mm-hmm.
She kept a calm, cool, and level-headed, and I think that really says a lot. She just, her actions and her abilities, I think, are needing further development in regards to that.
Who had the sword? Was that Red?
The sword?
Yeah. They were fighting the monster, and then they came and dove down, and somebody pulled out a sword and sliced the core in half.
I don't remember.
The only person I could think of that did it would be Red, because she's the most outgoing. But and then all the monsters turn into trees after you kill them. I feel like there's some kind of thing behind it.
There's that. That's more going into Norse mythology, because
Okay.
I want to say that's representing the world tree.
Okay.
Which kind of makes sense, because the world tree is supposed to be like, it would make sense for the monsters, because the world tree is supposed to be connected to other dimensions. So if it's being killed and potentially sent back to its own world or dimension, then it would be connected to the world tree. So.
Okay. Good. Yeah. So yeah, this one's fun. It's not at the top, but it is one of the shows that I want to continue.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that is it for our 13 shows that we have talked about today. When's the next one? Like next week?
No, we got a little more time in between that. Next one's going to be on the 29th. 3 weeks. And is that going to be for the new season? Wait, why can't I hear you? I can't hear you. I know my sound's fine. Anyways.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, no. Mm-hmm. I regret turning up my headphones now. Anyways.
So yeah.
Next one was going to be?
Yeah, it'll be for winter 2021. I have not looked at this list yet.
Usually at least glance over it before we
yeah,
head out. So I guess maybe take a quick peek.
Yep. So B-Star is back.
Any names come out? Well, you got Dr. Stone. We never really stayed up with that one.
I'm still on the first episode of that one.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Oh, we got the red blood cells and the one
yeah. I
only
think that was
watched
supposed to come out this season.
I only watched the first episode of that one.
Wait. Oh, wait, there's two that are the same.
Not the same. I think
Well,
we talked
Cybo,
about it before, I
Cybo.
think, because they're different production companies.
This is gonna be interesting.
Yep. There is this third season for Log Horizon. And the second season for Orpheus or Orphan.
Oh yeah, I never got to that one. Where's Luck? All right.
I heard Oredake Hirari, the Hidden Dungeon, was one you should really look out for.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, there's Lock Horizon. Everything's all pastel color. Cool. Okay, which one?
Oredake Hira Kakyusho Dungeon, Hidden Dungeon. I was heard that one was one to look for.
Oh, okay.
Final season to Attack on Titan.
This is gonna be interesting.
Second part for ReZero.
Yeah.
And Seven Deadly Sins.
Which means we won't get it on Netflix until like fall 2021.
Ooh, next season for Slime.
Did we ever watch World Trigger?
I never did, no.
Hmm.
Next season for Slime. Tensei Shidere Slime.
Oh, that is it. Oh man, this season is gonna be great.
And second season for Neverland.
And even better, season 2 of Judo Camp.
Oh shit. Yeah, season 2. Can't wait. Can't wait.
Oh, non beauty. Nope. I don't care how cute they are. No.
The only ones continuing over from this season, Higurashi, Jujutsu, and King's Raid. So Higurashi and Jujutsu.
Higurashi's going across 2 seasons?
Yep.
Yeah,
Apparently.
they're blending them together.
So
Because it was 12 and 12, I think.
what was it? I thought it was 24 on the original one. Maybe I'm thinking wrong.
Huh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we got a parallel to this one. Like okay. Dude, new stuff. There's this one creature that kind of reminds me of Stitch, but he's white. Kumo desu ga nanika?
No, that's a spider.
Oh. Okay, I see the extra arms.
That's a spider.
So no for you.
That's a no. That's a hard no.
Okay. Well, this show is Idols. That is CG. And Idolly Pride.
Mm.
Okay. X Arm looks cool. We won't be able to watch Beastars because that's going to be on Netflix. And it's 243. I'm confused. Oh, it's volleyball. Okay. And then the 5 redheaded girls. Black Arrow. Is that like a Marvel show? Back Arrow. Never mind. I'm mixing Green Arrow and Black Adam. Okay. Yeah, next season looks like it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I would agree. A lot of sequels.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm taking a break at the latter half of December. So no promises, but I should be able to catch up on some stuff.
We shall see.
Yeah.
We shall see.
All right. Well, yeah, we will be back on the 29th for our upcoming thoughts on these trailers. And yeah, as always, this is DK and Shade from TacoYaki Anime. Thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out in chat. Thanks for supporting the channel in any way that you do. And we will catch y'all next time.